like why are we like grabbing shit that doesn't and just throwing it at the wall? State would say, because it is very clear from my perspective that one, there's zero circumstances why a minor that knows you online shouldn't do. That's fucking weird. Two, you shouldn't be ever joking like seeing your hand. That's fucking weird and perverted and disgusting. But, like we're getting to this point in the video where we're just kind of like posting it. That's the vibe that I'm getting. We're just kind of like seeing what is good, what's gonna get the reaction we want. I think that we're over embellishing here because if we just stick with the original couple of things that we presented, it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But now we're just kind of like bisexual, Chris. Also, when I'm trying to stream, like these things are kind of innocuous on their own. Like I understand that this guy is creating like case, if you will. It's like all this weird inappropriate. I don't think the same like love the porn preferences very inappropriate.
What the shit? Oh my gosh! Stop doing stupid things.
There's no proof of this. It's only hearsay that they met up in real life. And we looked at this earlier on, is that Lava is denying that there was any inness between the two of them, which I would say that there was in fact between the two of them. There isn't proof that Chris like, ever sent this person nude images, or that Chris ever like asked for images from the person or anything like that. I don't know why we're going to like hearsay now. That's very odd to me because I think, like I said just a moment ago, I feel like everything that has already been presented stands alone on its own to say like, no, this is fun, this is weird, and we should probably say anything about this because it's odd. And now we're just throwing all this extra shit. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it would be clear.
Chris from the Carolina. I don't know anything about that and how close states to each other.
Hey! Waiting for the bus. For the bus. While I was waiting for the bus to get back home. I don't know. Oh, I did say something in the in the Kachevmurn Discord server before I got home. That I missed the bus I needed to get back by 6:30. Also, I needed to shave. But then what happened is so yeah, and just in case people want to join the server with all I guess all like 20 people that that exist in the server as of today. Where the hell? Where did it go? There should be a really is well, what about no, that's user settings. Oh, invite people. That might have a thing. Or send invite link. Oh, whatever. This is gonna be for the hello, copied, sweet. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be for today's stream, and I'm gonna be posting it in the chat, and I'm gonna paste it to the or pin it, whatever the hell. Hello, right click and paste and enter, and does this pin it? Okay, this says it pins. Okay, so yeah, like the whole thing with the bus is it's a whole ordeal in the Ann Arbor area, and it really sucks. The Detroit bus is actually like pretty functional again. But yeah, I was goofing off a little bit before I left for the day, and I got up a little bit later than I had hoped to, meaning that I did not get a good chance to do my pill pods before I left. In theory, I could have, but it's my goddamn birthday, and I'm going to goof off a little bit. But then again, that's why I'm starting late, I suppose. Anyway, it's been a while since I've done one of my like med vlog things. I used to just like do them live and just like do it over the course of you know, just like I used to end it over the course of what's it called? Filling up my pill pods for the week. And so yeah, like for the week, and you'll see that I'm opening up 6, and that's because I've noticed that it's easier for me to do it on the 7th day, which means like it rotates. So it's not like I do it, you know, like it's not like I like fill them up for the whole week, for the whole 7 days, and then finish them off and then refill it, like on the same day every week, which would then be like the day after they've already emptied. So when I can remember to, because I don't always remember to, I do it on the 7th day, which means like it offs, like whatever, it's a thing, right? So yeah, like this is a thing I used to do before the extended hiatus. I didn't even do it when I was at the intermediary apartment between the previous 2 years and moving into here, or like previous year and a half and moving into here. Just like, I don't know, I really was not in a good mental place at that apartment, and I think I could just kind of like put an I don't think I did it for a while after the 2020. Anyway, so I for a very, like, when I first started doing it, I my original like Megavlog streams, I what did I do? I did a thing, didn't I? Oh, we changed manufacturers. Okay. I used to like rattle off like what each one was, but then I can't remember who first suggested that. Might have been a bad idea. Like it could fall within like it could be argued that it would be like encouraging pill use without a script or something. So which I don't know how that would work, because it's not like I shared my dosage or anything, and aside from my ADHD meds, it's not like I take a whole lot that's got any like street value in terms of either A, money to be made off of selling one's prescription, or B, what's it called, terms of like recreational use, right? So what was I saying? So yeah, I don't know, like I just like I don't say like what I take anymore, but I still like, I don't know, it's a thing. And I'm kind of pissed off right now because so okay, at Joanne, which is like, I am, well, actually, like where I'm at now in Ipsy, it's like 2 buses that I need to take to get any of the places that I usually go, but oh well. Anyway, God, I loved the old apartment. It was like there's a famous, or dare I say infamous, landmark in the town where I live, Ypsilanti, which it's in the Ann Arbor area. Like my PO box, which I've got listed on a lot of my old YouTube description boxes, and I mean it's still good, and I've got it, I don't know, I've got it publicly a few other places, and I have street address variant for my PO box, which is what I've got connected to my Amazon and I believe Throne wish lists. So like my PO box in downtown Ann Arbor is well, first off, it's like right next to the bus stop, so like wherever I'm at is in Ipsy, I'm no more than 2 bus rides from my post office, to pick up my mail. Ypsilanti. I swear to fucking God. There we go. Tab, search. So yeah, there's a this is like the most famous landmark of Ypsilanti, Michigan. There we go. View tab. So yeah, like this is the most famous landmark of Ypsilanti. No, that's not my restream page. This is the most famous landmark in Ypsilanti. And there we go. I'm gonna like shrink down the thing a little bit. This is the Ypsilanti Water Tower. And let's shut up, phone. But yeah, like I was just going on about how I loved my old apartment because it was like 2.5 blocks from the water tower. So, you know, like it was just like a straight shot down down one of the main bus routes from Ann Arbor to Ypsilanti. And just like 2.5 blocks from the water tower. So I would tell my friends, okay, you get off like this whatever highway and you want to take Washtenaw straight east into Ypsilanti, and you will make a soft left just past the Wiener. And you could always tell the out of towners, like, or at least like people who weren't that familiar with this, you know, with the Ann Arbor Ypsilanti area, because they would always be like, "I'm gonna what now?" And I was like, "Trust me, you will know when you reach the Wiener." So yeah, this is the famous Ypsilanti water tower. As we can see, it is definitely shaped like that, isn't it? So it is definitely shaped like that, isn't it? So yeah, I used to work for the Historical Society Museum in Ypsilanti, and so like I loved. I would often enough anyway get what I would often enough get questions from people, you know, just like coming in, because like I was a docent at the museum, so I'd often enough get questions about why is it shaped like this, and of course, like, you know, like especially when it was like people coming to college from, you know, another part of the state, or, you know, coming to college from just like straight up out of state. You know, like they had to have known that I get questions about that with alarming frequency. And so at the museum, there were always like two, well, there were usually there were always two docents on the schedule every day of the week, and you had like a set day of the week, and the museum's only open like, I believe, like 6 hours a day, 4 days a week or something like that. And see, it was great when I was there, because I was usually there by myself, because I was the youngest docent by about 30 years. Like most of the docents at historical museums, you know, like your local historical society museum, it's got like a big roster of docents, and I guarantee you, most of them are retired school teachers. This is just how it is. That's how it's been at. I've worked for the Historical Society of most of the cities I've lived in. You know, and when I say work, it's like usually volunteer work, or like for tips or something. Okay, these are the new bottles of stuff that ran out last week or so, and that's an empty. And I'm still like about, I want to say 60% unpacked at the apartment. I say this with a vague sense of guilt, you know, with like a pinch of shame, because, you know, well, the best ex, or not best ex, worst ex. Actually, I've been with like 3 ex-Mormon gays, and when I say gay, I mean like 2 of them were bi, but one of the bi ones was mostly gay, and the other bi one was mostly hetero. But whatever, it's a thing, right? Anyway, where was I going? Right. So like the docents at your local historical museum is going to be like mostly retired school teachers. Now, not too long after I started working there, it was We did pick up a couple other docents who were pretty close to my age, but they were substitute teachers, right? So like they had like a I don't remember what it is, or does it go by county, or I don't remember. I know at least in the 90s, it was by state, and I know this because one of the like when I was in junior high and high school, there was like this big brothers big sisters-esque like mentorish program that my father and stepmother signed me up with, and I didn't need a goddamn one of these all week, did I? And what the hell is that? I can't tell if that's a pill that got smushed or if it's an old bead. Wait. No, this is plastic. Oh gosh. It's so then it's probably like a faux gem bead that came off of something. God damn it. I'm gonna leave it in the drawer because I don't trust putting it on the bed, because I am pretty damn sure I will immediately forget, that it's there, because that's how I lost the post to this one, and is why I don't have the opal on there right now, but that's another story for another time. Anyway, so oh yeah. So the reason I know this is because like one of them was going to school to be a teacher, the one that they paired me up with, and that person was an incredibly abusive narcissist. Like they straight up admitted to me that the main reason that they wanted to teach junior high, middle school in specific is because that's the perfect age to be controlling of kids. And I reported this, and because I was signed up with that program by my parents in the first place because of like mental health reasons and unmanaged ADHD that my father was just like straight up in denial that I even had. Please don't ask me like why some parents are just like that, but whatever. Of course, when like I reported that to the agency, they this person just like straight up like just like tried to paint me as a liar, and I'm just making shit up for attention. Well, you know how these kids can be, but whatever. Anyway, at least in the 90s, it was at the state level that you didn't need a or wait, no, you did need a you needed a master's to be a full-time teacher, but you needed a bachelor's to be a sub, and either way you had to like pass some kind of teaching certificate. But anyway, so yeah, the younger docents, who were like closer to my age, who started up like shortly after I started at the Historical Museum of Ipsy. So it's like it took a couple months before I was like, like the only one who, at that time, that was just before I started seeing Worst X. And so I was 35 at the time. And so, yeah, it was like a couple of them. And they started up at around the same time. I think they were just like friends and decided to sign up together. And I think like one was like a year older than me and another was a year younger than me. But that's about it, right? But so yeah, like for the longest time, or at least, well, okay, yeah, like for the first couple months I was there, like I was the youngest docent by a good like 30-year margin. So like I said, I'm 35 at the time. And so like I said, a good 30-year margin. So like the next youngest docent until like the two young women who were like substitute teachers, who were like very close to my age. So yeah, like the next youngest docent from the one who was slightly older than me, she was 65, right? And they paired me up with the oldest docent at the museum, who was like 92 when I started. And So just because of like health reasons, usually like related to joint pain, she had rheumatoid arthritis since she was like a kid. Yes, Nigel bud? What's up, baby boy? Yeah? Papa's doing his pill pods, honey. I got the cats new toys today because it's my birthday, so of course I get toys for the cats. Yeah, Josh is saying, what the fuck? Yeah, like, yeah, oh gosh. Malcolm, goddammit, Malcolm on YouTube, just to like anybody who's like watching this in archive later and VOD later, whatever, or like when I am planning to like, splice up at least some of today for, uploads, throughout the week or something like that, just because like I kind of like have a mental list of segment-ish types of things I want to do today. I should really have a separate thing or like a more separate deal. Yeah, but yeah, Malcolm was going on about oh yeah, like there's apparently like some Chris Tyson stuff going on. I don't even want to begin, but yeah, just like the whole Shadman connection, which like Malcolm finds the most damning part of it all, because you know, of course, like when you know, like there are like teenagers involved, like you know, people speaking out against such, you know, the adults involved, you know, like I've noticed this, like you know, with like the Chris Tyson piece that got uploaded, what was it, like last week or something, and of course the one that was done on Keffels a few months ago, like one of the people who was like literally like 15 or 16 at the time came out on Twitter and said, you know, like, I really don't appreciate Mudahar saying that Keffels groomed me as a kid, when like, no, that is not my experience. You know, that is not my experience with that. And like, yeah, I think they're like 18-ish, like just turned 19 or something now. And yeah, people will like, you know, have like evolving opinions about their experiences throughout their life, especially stuff that happened when they were a kid. But I am like a firm believer that, you know, we listen to the people we allege to be victims in all situations. And yeah, like yeah, like there are situations where like young kids will know when something is going wrong, but they just don't have the words to express it properly, like until we, you know, like teach them those words, which, you know, like is the whole point of the, you know, comprehensive age appropriate education, right? Like that's, but of course, like, you know, like Republicans want to be like, oh well, you want to teach 5-year-olds about buggery. I'm like, no, at 5 years old you're learning the standard names for those parts, because trust me, like I remember, like not only do I have like, you know, just enough memories of being like 4, 5, 6 years old, but there are 4, 5, 6-year-olds in my family. My niece was once 4, 5, 6 years old. And, you know, like families will make up all sorts of stupid euphemisms for genitals. Like, and, you know, like authority figures, be it a preschool teacher or a fireman or something, you know, like they're not always gonna know what the hell the kid is talking about if they're using a euphemism particular to that family. Anyway, but yeah, like little kid, like there's a threshold where kids definitely know that something is not right about how they're being treated. But then there is this area where you can argue that it can seem morally gray, and like like especially with teenagers, like adolescent development in all areas can be a really tricky thing. And like personally, I don't think it's necessarily, suspicious for an adult, like just like a random like adult. And when I say random, I mean like a neighbor or, like not necessarily a volunteer, like youth center volunteer or teacher or teacher's aide or whatever, to like, develop a kind of friendship with teenagers, or or be considered like a friendly neighborhood face amongst younger children, just like just being a genuinely good person. And like, I mean, obviously, like with younger children, you're going to want to ask, and they're like your neighbor's kids, you're going to want to ask like, hey, I've got some art supplies, would you mind if I come over and and like teach like basic painting skills to your kid? Like, I will come to your house, you can, you will be there, ideally, like you or a trusted family member, or a very well trusted family friend or something, just to like, yeah, like when it's younger kids, there are a lot more rules. And yes, the like you can let like a 5-year-old that you are just like a neighbor to and giving, like I said in like my example of painting lessons, like when you go to the neighbor's house, right, or apartment or whatever, right, under like parental supervision, because like I said, like these are younger kids we're talking about, there are more rules. But like it's not wrong to like, when the 6-year-old says, yeah, my friend from down the street who comes and teaches me painting, and they're like 30 and they're like a painter, and and it's like okay, yeah, like like, and you're friendly with the family, so sure, whatever, like a family friend kind of arrangement, right? Teenagers, it can get a little bit more gray, just because teenagers are at a point in like emotional development where they are getting a better idea of who they are. I mean, it's not a great idea of who they are yet, they're still figuring a lot out, but like still, like Malcolm said in like at least at the part of the segment where I ended off, that there are still rules. Like, you're not going to want to interact with or you shouldn't want to interact with a with like a teenage friend. Like, if you're an adult and like there's like a 16-17-year-old and like, and in the neighborhood, like like the wider neighborhood, like like my full neighborhood of Ipsy spans several blocks, right? So like if there were well, I'm gonna like use that example that I bring up frequently enough about, well, the time the 17-year-old kid in ahead of me in queue at the Dairy Queen in 2021, well, we got chatting. I think it was about like whatever band t-shirt I was wearing that day, and it he offered to like exchange Instagram handles and DM later, and I could tell that he was being like a little bit flirty in queue. I didn't realize that he was 17 until we got like talking in DMs later, and like we did fall out of touch later that summer, like presumably after he started back up at high school and got more involved with like his friends his own age, which good. I don't know, like I even though like I like after he told me how old he was, or how young he was, like let's be honest, like how young he was, like and he says he's 17, and I'm like, oh my god, kid, I am an aging Nancy boy past his prime. And like, yes, that is technically legal in this state, but no, I am just like way too old. And he says, oh no, you are well within your prime. And I say, kid, I am 40. Like I am 40, and That's all you need to know. And I am just like no, like I can chat with you like about like queer history and stuff, and just like music or whatever, but like I'm putting a stop to this right now because no, like even when you're older, it's gonna be a little bit weird for me if you wanted to just no, like I have t-shirts older than you, kid. Like and I was talking with a friend of mine. Yeah, that same song. I think shortly after that. And I was just talking about like how weird this was, and I say, look, here's a T-shirt from when I worked at the Borough in downtown Ann Arbor, 98, 99. If you are younger than that T-shirt, you are probably too young for me. And I say probably because like, you know, like I'm not completely closed off. I do find that the half your age plus 7 years, you know, guideline is a pretty fair guideline for what is too young. But at the same time, it's like, it's a guideline. It will mostly depend on the individual relationship far more than like how old you two actually are. Like that's with every relationship. Like even if, you know, like I said, like that is literally every relationship. Like it like even if the guy was exactly my age, like, you know, also 45 on this day in, you know, of the 22nd of July, 2024, right? Like he and I could be the exact same age. It's still going to depend on how we, you know, work as like individuals, right? So like I say, like I do think that there can be some wiggle room in the half your age plus 7 years for, you know, how young is too young. Which of course, like there's been people who've done like line graphs of like how the age range of one's potential dating pool based on that guideline, you know, like that old rule. It's been around forever. People have been saying this like longer than I've known about it. And I've known about that rule since I was like, I want to say since high school. I think I picked it up from somebody at the youth group at my stepmother's meeting house, which would have been here in Ann Arbor. It's the Quaker Meeting House. I'm in Ypsi. The Quaker Meeting House is in Ann Arbor. And yes, I went to high school in Lenawee County. That's but my stepmother went to Meeting House up here, and I think my dad went to mass most weeks at I want to say damn, I don't remember the one in Tecumseh that he settled on after we moved in with my stepmother. Anyway, trust me, I'm going to get back to the Ypsilanti Water Tower. So yeah, like I said, like there can be some wiggle room, but like no, like 17, you are still in high school, and like I said, like technically legal. I'm very flattered, but just no. Other than, you know, you started chatting with me about like, you know, whatever. I don't even remember at this point. You know, like I said, like I think it was a band T-shirt I was wearing. That seems to be the most. That seems to be the typical, or maybe it was like one of the patches on my old denim jacket. Anyway, that seems to be like how I often start conversations with randos in the area. It's either like a band patch on a denim jacket or a band T-shirt that I'm wearing on that day. Anyway. So trust me, I'm gonna get back to the thing. Anyway, so actually I started about the okay. So yeah, the Ypsilanti Water Tower. As I said many times before, or many years before at this point, when I was working at the at the Ypsilanti Historical Society Museum, I would often enough, and like you could always tell, like if it was like teenagers or college students, obviously they didn't grow up in the area, or like they just this is their first time to the historical museum, like not as a not on a school field trip, and they are asking or and they, like I said, they they're like kind of like holding back giggles while they're asking, and I'm like, I've been asked this like a dozen times before, just like please, like, act mature. Like, even if you're like 15 years old, you should not be like 14, 15 years old is just at least in my opinion, under most circumstances, like, I do plan to get to like a just like a rather short Daniel Larson segment, just because I've talked about him before. Like, well, like earlier this year, I introduced Josh to a crash course on Daniel Larson. Oh my God, where did that fall to? Damn it. Hold on, I dropped a pill. And I have cats, and yes, these two are not so stupid to just like eat whatever random pills are on the floor. At least I trust them to not be so stupid. In fact, like I've seen my vitamin D soft gels. Those are just like tiny, and like I've found on the floor, like I want to say in this last week, where like because they're so small, occasionally I will drop one and not even realize I dropped it, just because they are so damn small. And like I will find it later. Oh, there we go. And I found it later on the I found one on the in the middle of the floor, so it's like not even like like nestled into other crap that's on the floor. No, not those ones. There we go. It's a perfectly good pill, and I trust my own grime that's on the floor. Actually, it's like not grime. It's like a lot of cat hair and my hair and just like random debris and shit that should have been thrown away a while ago. But, like when you are depressed AF, shit happens. And yeah, I'm, I make no secret of the fact that I've been brutally depressed this like even since even now that my living situation is a lot more stable. But I also like have enough sense to like not show off the state of things. As I said, like I'm about 60% unpacked still. Part of that is I still need bookshelves. So, as I've said to various people while I was pitching the tonight's birthday stream on various other people's streams, like Keldoge and God damn it, Malcolm, and even Courtney Orchard, Courtney Pete. They're fun. I know they've got issues with Milena, and I love Milena. I really want those two to work it out. Just because, like, I know why they've got issues right now. I don't think it's anything that cannot be worked out. But I understand that there are serious mental health issues at play for why this is a thing. So I'm just like, I like them both. I understand the underlying reasons for them. Like, I don't want to say fighting, because it's not like it's an active like I don't know. I guess in some ways it kind of is, but it's not like a big like major thing, right? So anyway, where was I going with this? Oh right, yeah, the Ypsilanti water tower. So of course, like what was I doing? Right. Okay. That's no, that's another thing. I've got a couple of things that I just like have around for like emergencies, and I want to say like, okay, so this is like the stuff for my my herpes simplex, which I have a note from my doctor. I think I did briefly mention this on one of the shorter streams when back in February when I was still at the extended stay. Somebody that I had been seeing. We haven't seen each other for, well, since February. Anyway, short version was because as my doctor well basically agreed with me, but like in her own words in a letter, which she thought was just like kind of she thought it was kind of ridiculous, and I feel bad saying that because she is a doctor, and it's not difficult to find out who my primary physician is, right? So I don't want this to come down badly on her, but like she's been my general practitioner since I was about 14 years old. So she and I just have this rapport that can be like that can be just like kind of like playfully snarky at times. Anyway, I haven't had like even a cold sore in so much in at least a decade until I want to say like this last couple of months I've had one twice. So anyway, so I've got the daily maintenance dose of my Valtrex for my herpes simplex, and as my doctor said, about 90% of the adult population, like worldwide, I think it's like closer to 85% in the US, but like worldwide it's like based on averages, right? So like, approximately 90% of the global adult population, especially anybody who has been, even so much as sexually active as like, only as sexually active as like kissing, even children who have never been kissed, never been done inappropriately, will sometimes, contract herpes simplex, at least in the form of cold sores. I have had, cold sores since I was about 11. Probably because, and I had never been kissed at that time. But it was probably from something, and this has been like confirmed through a number of sources. The reason that approximately 90% of the adult population at least carries antibodies for herpes simplex is because it spreads so easily. And one of the reasons it spreads so easily is because, well, first off, it's been observed for thousands of years. Like there are writings on herpes simplex going back to ancient Greece, meaning that it has likely been observed in the human condition even longer than, the surviving ancient Greek writings that exist about herpes simplex, right? So, and the reason that it has existed so long in in human medical history is because like once it camps out in the host, and the reason that it's divided up into 1 and 2 is not because well, 1 is oral, the 2 is genital. I'm like, no, they can both be either oral or genital. Yes, 1 is typically associated with oral outbreaks, and 2 is typically associated with genital outbreaks. But here's the funny part is, So like there are people who have been like, at the very least, AFAB people who have been at least medically asserted as virginal, who will like nuns will occasionally get random genital outbreaks. Now this is not from, you know, moving HSV from, you know, like, you know, your mouth, you know, like licking it to, you know, like licking your hands to masturbate. I do not want to think about the self-gratification habits of nuns, because I went to Catholic school, and I have known plenty. Well, technically, nuns are different from sisters in Roman Catholicism, but colloquially, sisters are also known colloquially as nuns. That's a whole thing. I might want to do a segment on that at some point, because I do like oral history kind of topics, right? Anyway, so yeah, to just like sum things up. So, like I said, the short version was like, so yeah, like because it is so endemic to, you know, like just the adult population. So yeah, anyway, I was saying like, you know, finish up the other thought that I got sidetracked on. Sometimes people who've only ever had like cold sore outbreaks on their mouth will sometimes occasionally get just seemingly random genital outbreaks. This is usually due to like moments of like extreme mental stress, which which is why I've got psoriasis patches forming on my face now. That is a thing. Like it's pretty low key. I can tell what it is. Somebody else might just think I have like some blotchy reddish patches on my face. I can tell it's psoriasis. There's a number of ways I can tell it's psoriasis. One is because, well, I've had psoriasis since I was 8. I have an upload about that and how it was first discovered as when I was an 8-year-old. And yes, it involved Catholic school too. That's a funny thing, because nuns can be kind of, when not sadistic, just completely oblivious. But anyway, so yeah, like it is possible to, you know, just like if you only have HSV1, and a person can carry both, right? So yeah, like I probably got it at the age of 11 just because my family was very, just like very nonchalant about sharing beverages amongst each other, because, well, my mother was an ER nurse. My stepmother was like a health and nutrition, like she did health and nutrition classes for expectant and, you know, active teen mothers as like part of her social, part of her, like function as a social worker in Lenawee County in the 90s. So then what happens is, like there is yeah, like if there's a serious illness, you probably don't want to spread it to other members of your family, but there's also like if neither of you seem sick, there is nothing that you can get from, like, if you are living full time with your parents and siblings, there is nothing you can get from sharing a glass with, say, like your father. And I know my dad had cold sores. So like sharing a glass or a bottle of soda with your dad, there's nothing you can get from that you can't get from licking your own butthole. Your own butthole, right? So, and that may seem a little bit hyperbolic, but it is technically true, right? And like I said, like this is as long as like neither one of you seem actively sick, right? So, so yeah, like that's probably like why I've had cold sores since I was like about 11 years old. Sometimes I say 10, sometimes I say 12. I'm not sure myself. I know it was at about that age. So that I started getting cold sores, like, kind of bad. And so anyway, so, and because it is just like so widespread, and I've been on suppressive medication just as a matter of convenience, because, you know, like, yeah, getting a cold sore is a pain in the ass, to say the least. Anyway, so because I've been on suppressive meds for about 15 years, oh God, no, going on 20 years. It was, yeah, it was just before it was just before I had my chest surgery that I started the Valtrex. So yeah, so yeah, like about like 18, 19 years. You take things for granted sometimes, you know, like just like how, you know, my dad just kind of like took his cold sores for granted, and I don't remember if he actively had one. Like I said, like it was just like such a thing, and it was just like such, you know, and I was so young when it started, and like, yeah, like, you know, 11 years old is like, you know, older for a child, like, you know, you're not like, you know, like a little kid. And but yeah, like, you know, relative to how I am now, yeah, like this was like, you know, around 35 years ago, give or take, right? So you know, and I just like took the fact that he had cold sores a couple times a year, like I took that for granted. He took it for granted that, you know, like I just kind of grew up around it. So like, you know, like, so between that and like me having the medical knowledge to know how widespread it is, to, you know, at least carry antibodies, like even if you and that doesn't always mean that you are an asymptomatic carrier, but a lot of people are asymptomatic carriers, and, you know, so like, you know, so like it's active in their body, you know, like a couple times a year, but they don't show symptoms of it. In fact, a friend of mine, just to like, because I my psoriasis, she's got a rare form of psoriatic arthritis, and this has been like found with like, you know, like genetic diagnostics basically. So she has a rare form of psoriatic arthritis where she only has the arthritis symptoms, but she doesn't have the psoriasis symptoms. So yeah, like, I mean, yeah, like, psoriasis is a genetic autoimmune disorder, and HSV is a virus. So, you know, it's not exactly the same thing, but same principle, right? Like, so yeah, like there are people with HSV who not only carry antibodies for it, but, you know, they are asymptomatic carriers. So like I said, like it can be, you know, so like the virus can be active, you know, 1 to 4 times a year. That on average, that's how it, you know, it goes. Except under, you know, times of emotional stress, it can activate a little bit more. And I understand through, you know, like, you know, medical knowledge that that it's very widespread. It is, and it's relatively harmless as far as, you know, transmissible infections can go, right? It's relatively harmless. Like, unless you are a very young child, there have been a couple of cases in the last 20 years that I know of, and it's been like, it's less than 5. So fewer than 5 cases where in one way or another, so like I said, fewer than 5 cases, at least that I know of anyway. At least 2 of them, you know, like the 2 I definitely remember reading about did make headlines, at least national headlines, I believe. So like I said, like I know of fewer than 5 cases that, you know, were enough to make headlines, of an infant, you know, so like under 18 months old, you know, getting HSV, and it can be fatal. So it's like kind of like the opposite of chickenpox, which is, you know, kind of interesting because the 2 are closely related. The chickenpox virus is scientifically is known as herpes zoster, and in fact, like there's a whole South Park episode about that. It's one of my favorite South Park episodes because it's just like it's just like so needless. It's just like so needlessly kind of gross. but at the same time, it does it does touch on like why the chicken pox parties that were a thing more commonplace. So like the chicken pox parties are kind of sadistic, like a sadistic thing for parents too. I was 10, I had the chicken pox, and I nearly died from it. And yeah, it's typically more dangerous when you're older. Like an adult especially. But I wasn't yet a teenager. Like I had just barely hit the double digits in age. In theory, I should have been like at an age where it's still relatively safe. It was not. I nearly died. I was in the hospital for quite some time. People have tried to call BS on me when I said that I had a temperature of, that peaked at like 112 point something Fahrenheit. Yes, this is possible to survive. And I have pointed out to people like, other cases where it was even somewhat higher than that and people have survived. So trust me, it is survivable under very specific circumstances, but it is survivable it is possible to survive a temperature that high. I was in the pediatric ICU and, it was chicken pox, but, and I was fairly young. So, there were, a number of things in my favor at that time. But yeah, like I remember my temperature peaking at a little over 112 Fahrenheit. Chicken pox nearly killed me. Anyway, got sidetracked on that. So yeah, like because I know that's like as a virus, it is mostly harmless. Like in adults, if you get herpes simplex, 99.9% of the time, it will be relatively harmless. And I say relatively because it's annoying. This can, it can, potentially ruin your day, but, it's upsetting. I wouldn't say it's completely harmless emotionally. I will say it's mostly harmless emotionally in the overwhelming majority of adult cases. In young children, yes, it can be very dangerous. But, like I said, I've had cold sores since I was about 11 years old, give or take a year. So at least based on all the stuff I've read about it, that is a relatively safe age to first pick it up. Because it spreads so easily, right? And the reason that it spreads so easily, and it has been written about for millennia, thousands of years, like there are written medical accounts of this going back, to ancient Greece, like pre-Hippocrates, if I remember correctly. And the reason for that is because it just exists to propagate itself. Bubonic plague, that has had like some, good chunks of history where it was, where it would decimate populations. And, but like it's come up only, with like those massive outbreaks only a couple times in history because it is such a devastating virus. And yeah, like people have done the maths, right? So it's like, like, yes, it did like, I think literally decimate populations, during those massive outbreak years that it happened. As in like decimate would be like, reduced by 10%, thereabouts, right? But, it didn't do much more than that because, like even, and, like most viruses, bubonic plague, will show low-key symptoms before it shows the more devastating symptoms, at which point, even with modern medicine, you have a very high chance of dying, at the time it shows the high key symptoms. But, you know, like there will be some more low key symptoms while it is still transmissible, right? So like by the time you're showing high key symptoms, I don't remember if bubonic plague is one of those. I think that's one of the reasons it was so devastating to large portions of Europe, is because I think it is still still contagious while it's in those late stage symptoms. It might be one of those where, you know, like I said, it's still contagious in those late stage symptoms. One of the reasons that HIV is so devastating is because it is contagious the whole, you know, time you have it. Whereas like with chickenpox, most of the time when, you know, like a kid can still be showing symptoms after about a week, but no longer be contagious. It was not uncommon, you know, back in the day for, you know, kids to be sent back to school after about a week, but still have like, chickenpox lesions on, you know, like their face and arms. I remember that. I'm actually surprised I didn't get it when well, actually, like I said, like knowing the medical knowledge I do know about chickenpox at least, or, you know, Best X was also like, he went to school for microbiology and he like did like huge papers on the herpes family of viruses, right? So that's part of why I know so much. Part of it is just like reading on my own, but like Best X finds the herpes viruses just like absolutely fascinating on like, you know, like on a mechanical level, I guess. Because like viruses are in this weird group of where it's technically alive in the sense that bacteria is alive, but it also lacks a lot of the characteristics that we associate with living things like bacteria, you know, like bacteria, like, you know, when we're talking about like that tiny like single cell level, right? Viruses also work a lot differently than bacteria. So like they're in this weird, you know what? Let me open up another tab. Let me just do but yeah, like okay, so let's move to this tab. Are viruses alive? Come on, I know you're gonna do something stupid. There we go. Okay. Are viruses, there we go. Are viruses alive? Will this get, no. Okay, most biologists say no. Viruses are not made out of cells. They can't keep themselves in a stable state. They don't grow and they can't make their own energy, even though they definitely replicate and adapt to their environment. Viruses are more like androids than real living organs. Okay, so yeah, like viruses are in this weird liminal, you know, category where like apparently microbiologists generally say that viruses are not alive. They operate more like, you know, more like you know, like a robot of sort. You know, they operate more like a microscopic robot, right? Like a nanobot in a sense, that does share some characteristics of life at that, you know, tiny, you know, at that tiny microscopic level. But, you know, apparently most biologists say, hello, Phoebe. Yes, are you going to headbutt me some? Give me my birthday headbutts? Okay. So yeah, like I said, like herpes simplex exists basically just to propagate itself. Like, so like unlike, you know, like more harmful viruses that will eventually kill the host, but, you know, get a good chance to propagate itself before it does. And that's why, you know, that's why, you know, C19, hello. Yes, I know, you're such a sweetie. That's why C19 mutated so quickly, right? So that's like, yeah, there was the you know, the big outbreak, and, you know, yes, C19 does still kill many people, right? Like Rebecca Watson did a video earlier this year, I believe, where, you know, I remember her line in that that really stuck out with me, that like got me on the person I've been seeing, or I was seeing earlier this year. Like, we're still technically talking over Discord, but it's a whole thing. But yeah, so like herpes simplex in shush. When you get it as if you get it as a healthy adult enough person, so like, from a young teen to a full-fledged adult, even in your 40s, even in, well, yeah, like even most cases, if you don't get it until you're in your 80s, right? At least 70s or 80s, right? Like if you don't get it until you're in your 70s or 80s, it's still going to be generally harmless. It will be more of an annoyance than a harm, even if you have like, even if you do get like some pretty gnarly cold sores or genital outbreaks, like they can be pretty damn gnarly. And I know one person I've talked with in a Discord server. Don't ask me which one. There's been a couple where I vented about the situation with the person I was seeing. They're technically non-binary. I know I've said boy thing, but yeah, like the idea is non-binary. So that's like why I tend to stick with saying they when I vented about this. But like, because I say boy thing, and I guess a lot of people just like go, like will, refer to them as like he, him when I'm venting about this. But like, I'm like, do I, like, I haven't had like, like a deep enough conversation with them about it to like basically ask if it's my place to correct people. I just kind of hope most people will pick up on the fact that I'm saying they, even though I say boy thing, because they do, like they don't want to make significant changes to anatomy. They are AMAB, so like, but also like non-binary AMAB, and on the trans femme side of AMAB non-binary, but also at the simultaneously fully identify with certain anatomical traits, right? So it's a thing. I don't know. I say boy thing just for the sake of simplicity, because like their gender is nebulously defined. Our situation is, for a time was nebulously defined. Anyway, so like I said, herpes simplex, when when acquired by a relatively healthy adult enough person, like I said, like you can get it as young as a child of about 10 or 11 years old, like I did, and be perfectly fine. If you get it, if you contract it from, there are a number of ways that are not creepy that an adult can pass it to an infant, right? And I say not creepy because there is that one infamous case within the last, maybe just over 20 years ago at this point now, because I'm remembering what year it is. And I'm remembering how old I was when I first read about this, where there is an ultra-Orthodox method of the ritual circumcision. And like I said, like this is an ultra-Orthodox method. So yeah, like let your mind wander on like that. And I will say, like, I've known my sister and my brother-in-law, when they moved to London, they were like just adjacent a Jewish neighborhood in London that was like largely Orthodox. Or a lot of Jewish people in the UK are, I don't know, there's a fairly sizable liberal / reform Jewish community in the UK, at least in London anyway. But yeah, like there was an Orthodox, like our neighborhood there, and I say ours because like when I was living there during the summers, I was living there, right? So like it was adjacent a historically, and at least at the time in the 90s, still had a sizable Orthodox Jewish population. So like where's I going? I don't know. So it's like I know like there's a range of what can be considered Orthodox Judaism, religiously, what's considered conservative Judaism, religiously, culturally, etc., and what is considered Reform or liberal Judaism. And I often see Reform used in the States and liberal used in the UK, but to my understanding, the two terms may be used interchangeably. Please don't ask me like to go any deep, like if they definitely can or not, because I'm not Jewish. I didn't grow up Jewish. I grew up Catholic. Irish forename. It's a family name. Like that was like I'm named after my great uncle on my father's side, and well, one of my great uncles on that side anyway. So clearly, like Irish Catholic, I have a limited understanding of Judaism, but at least I understand that there is that like as far as synagogues and cultural practices go, there are like 3 main camps, and there are a number of smaller sects within those 3 main camps. And like I said, like there's Reform or liberal, depending on where you live. It can be called one or the other, or possibly both. Conservative, which is kind of like like a middle ground between the two, and then there's Orthodox, right? So yeah, like HSV can also be passed from usually mother. Obviously there are AFAB parents who do not identify with that term, but from mother to infant during childbirth. And like I said, because like there can be people who are asymptomatic carriers where the HSV can be active and therefore transmissible, but you are not showing symptoms. And then there can be a period like there can be like a couple days just before you get an outbreak where it is active and thus transmissible, but you don't know you've got a genital outbreak about to happen, so you don't request a C-section when you come in to the hospital in full labor, right? So so yeah, like there are a number of non-creepy ways it can be passed from an adult to an infant, right? Like those are the 2 main ones that I know about, because those are the ones I've read news articles about. And I'm sure there are other ways, like like I said, if you've got an active but asymptomatic or not yet symptomatic cold sore about to happen, and you kiss your baby full on the lips because you're a parent and you're being goofy with your baby, again, a non-creepy way it can be passed technically, even though there is a very low risk of that. But yeah, so yeah, like if you contract HSV as an infant, like typically defined as like younger than 3, though culturally we consider that more of a toddler, right? So yeah, like if you contract it as an infant, there's a very high chance it can be fatal, right? But if you contract it as a relatively healthy, biologically adult enough person, and like I say adult enough to like include like people around a pubescent age, so like 11, 12, 14-ish, right? I got when I was 11. Obviously I've survived, so like from pubescent to adulthood, pubescence to adulthood, you can contract it, and most of the time it's more annoying than anything else. So yeah, like I said, because I have and it only exists to propagate itself, it only exists to spread, it will very rarely kill the host, unlike many other viruses. So so yeah, like that is that's how herpes simplex works. Either HSV1, which is typically associated with oral outbreaks, though you can contract it pure genitally, or you can contract it orally and get random genital outbreaks. Or HSV2, again, typically associated with genital outbreaks, though you can get it orally in primarily, or just, I guess, if a person who only has cold sores can just randomly get genital outbreaks without saliva to genital contact, the inverse is also technically possible. It's a really fascinating thing. So like it only exists to just like, like show its ugly head a couple times a year, more often than not. Like it's, if you're not on suppressive medication, it's going to show itself once or twice a year. And they call them cold sores because usually that's around winter, right? Usually they show up like, in the colder autumn and, late autumn and winter months. Thus cold sore, right? So it comes up, from one to a few times a year, and just to say like, hey, I want to spread around now. And, and thus it spreads from anything, from, full, genital sexual contact, including the back hole. It can, butt herpes is a thing. It's not just, ages and ages ago, a friend misheard something I said, which had nothing to do with herpes, but he misheard what I said as gerbil butt herpes. And he and I decided that was going to be like the best name for a punk band. But yeah, like butt herpes is a thing. It is a thing. People get butt herpes outbreaks of either, HSV1 or HSV2. But yeah, like I said, you get it when, like from a pubescent kid to an adult age, you are more often, overwhelmingly, like 99.9% of the time, roughly, you're going to survive it. It is going to be an annoyance, one to a few times a year. And that's if you have a year with an outbreak. You don't have to be on suppressive meds to miss a year with an outbreak. Either that's an asymptomatic year, or it just decides it's just going to like I said, HSV1, HSV2, they're differentiated, like I said, not because of which one is which, although that's a common saying that people have, but because of where it parks itself on your spinal column. Like, that's something that I learned from Best X, and I find it absolutely fascinating. Anyway, so yeah, so this is my maintenance dose. This is my outbreak dose. Maintenance dose, and this has no street value, so, valacyclovir has no street value to my knowledge, though I guess if somebody is really that embarrassed about having HSV, they might want to like buy somebody's prescription off of them, I suppose. But that, like for all practical purposes, it's not going to get you high. This is such a rarely abused drug. I feel like no shame in saying that. Let's see. So my maintenance dose is 500 milligram tablets. Like one tablet by mouth daily. So that's my maintenance dose. My outbreak dose is a full gram for a cycle of 7 to 10 days. Now I had I've had to refill this, so I've got like 2 left, but because I've had a couple cold sores, like very, very under the surface cold sores, because it's, and I'm sure some people might have seen on old Valtrex commercials. Will YouTube copyright me on I think the old Valtrex commercial that I'm you know what? Is it the one from 99 that I remember? Probably. I think so. Is that the one that said that let's see if YouTube copyright claims me. I'm gonna wait. I had it sped up because with Malcolm. Let's go bring it down to 1.25 just because, anyway. So okay, here we go. Remember 1-800 numbers? Please tell me I'm not the only one on right now who remembers 1-800 toll-free numbers. Okay, this isn't the commercial I remember, or maybe I just remember. Maybe I just remember because I read. Oh hey, it says Jack Straw, right? Is um okay, yeah, that does say Jack. Thanks so much. I am oh yeah, the 1-900 numbers. 1-900 EATSHIT. That at least was a real number, and I forget where the hell it went to. Um, I forget where the hell it went to. I know you'd see that sometimes on bumper stickers, like "Don't like my driving, call 1-900." You know, but yeah. So anyway, maybe I just remember this because at least when I get a prescription for the first time, so like Walgreens, they send you like you go to pick up your prescription, and like they've got this printout with all of the information you need to know about it, and so like I will read those, not all the time, but I will sometimes read them if I'm bored, right? So I know that sometimes you can still get an HSV outbreak. Like I said, either cold sore or genital or butthole outbreaks, regardless of whether you've got HSV1 or HSV2, right? And I've had cold sores since I was 11, so that it is still possible to get a minor outbreak while on a maintenance dose of an antiviral for HSV. It's less likely with Valtrex, or the generic name is valacyclovir. So it's less likely with valacyclovir, which is why it's become far more used than oh, I need to get this one refilled too, and I do not seem to have it in front of me. What the crap? Well, why did I put those back in the same? Okay, I am losing my mind. Okay, anyway, so as I began many years ago about this tangent, before I get back to the Ypsilanti water tower, I will get back there, but I tangented because this is neither one of them. This is neither Valtrex dose of mine. Anyway, so yeah, like it is still possible to get a minor outbreak if you're on suppressive maintenance dose. So yeah, like I know what a below the surface cold sore feels like, and I'm chalking it up to part about the non-binary boy thing that I was seeing earlier this year, who, like I said, like we're still in contact over Discord. We still chat occasionally. It is kind of stressful. About 2/3 of the time I still talk with them over Discord. There are reasons about that I do not want to get into, but yeah, as I began many years before, I literally just forgot to say that, so yeah, my doctor's note about my herpes simplex and my valacyclovir prescription, it says that like there is less than a 2% chance, as we saw in the commercial, it is still possible to be transmissible to others whilst on suppressive medication. But studies show that if you've, especially with people who've been on it as long as I have, which is almost 20 years, the chance of transmission goes down like less than 2%. So yeah, like between me knowing about like just the fact that HSV exists only to propagate itself, it is so rarely fatal that the only times in the last 20 years that it has been known to be fatal has been in infants. And as I said, like a few minutes ago, there are a number of non-creepy ways that an infant can contract it from an adult. I'm of the opinion that there are, a range of religious and cultural practices where I'm just going to have to accept that I don't fully understand that, but yeah, like the infamous, ultra orthodox bris method that I briefly, mentioned a couple minutes ago. It's like, it's obviously it's not in a, this is not a titillating thing for either party involved. It's not titillating to the baby for a number of reasons. Like the baby has just had their junk, sliced a bit. And I also know that like a traditional, at least like there are a number of ways that a bris can be performed on the prepuce. And I'm saying prepuce because I don't want like YouTube to say like, hey, you're not going to get paid for your birthday stream and add stuff. And so it's like, I'm just like, oh, did I reset that on YT Studio yet? Let me see if I can do that while it's live. So yeah, like there are a number of like I said, like I think it is not titillating for the mole, I believe is how it's pronounced, or at least close enough anyway. So at least I hope it's not titillating for the mole. It better not be. But yeah, like, and I know like there are a number of methods for how much they cut. But yeah, like I said, it's not titillating for the baby because, like they just had their junk sliced for, religious and cultural identity. I'm not like that's literally the only reason. Like the old the old belief that, oh, it started because of like getting sand in there and getting an infection. I'm like, that's not really a thing. Like that has been discovered. Like that's a hypothesis that's been bandied about for at least a couple of centuries that I know about anyway. That it is it seems to be a hypothesis that's been thoroughly debunked by people who basically who study these kinds of things. Really, I can't. Okay, well let me see if I can do it from the other thing. So yeah, ASFV exists just to propagate itself. I've been dealing with it since I was 11 in the form of cold sores that I likely picked up from sharing a beverage with a family member, probably my father, because my family was pretty, laissez-faire about that kind of thing. And, in part because my mother was an ER nurse who had, a firm enough understanding of the medical stuff involved that, there's as long as both parties are apparently healthy, or at least healthy enough anyway, and there is little, if anything, that a person can catch from sharing a beverage with a family member that then they can. Okay, I can't do it from here either. That they can't catch from licking their own butthole. And that is barely hyperbolic. My best ex, my stepmother was also like, a nutrition, and, she taught nutrition and health classes to expecting and, teen mothers, as a part of her work as a social worker in the 90s. So, okay, there's the other one that I need to do before I do the rest of the vitamins and supplements. So, it's just ibuprofen, but prescription strength. Anyway, so yeah, like, we were pretty laissez-faire about, granted, my father and my stepmother married when I was about 12 and a half. So it's not like my stepmother, of course, I may have been as old as 12 when I first started getting cold sores, but whatever. So like I said, I grew up with like a father who definitely, had cold sores, and a family that generally had a very laissez-faire attitude about sharing beverages amongst each other, because, we understood that as long as everybody involved is healthy, and you're not being a dick about it, if you got yourself and I live in Metro Detroit. So if I'm going to say, like, if I just brought home a Town Club Michigan cherry flavor soda, which is one of my favorite things in the world, it has been for many years, and I say, this is mine, please do not drink it. It was understood in our family that you do not drink that without asking me. But, you know, if it's a glass of water, you know, like, just give the other person the heads up, saying, like, you know, hey, I'm taking my pills. I'm just going to drink, you know, from your water because it's right here and my pill pods are right here, right? So it's like, you know, like, common courtesy, if you know whose drink it is and you really need to take a drink of water, like, you know, or, you know, like a drink of milk or, you know, whatever, right? But, you know, like, if it's something special, then, you know, like, yeah, like I said, like, you know, we were pretty laissez-faire about it, you know, because we had a basic understanding of the, you know, low risk involved in sharing. Okay, I did these, and I did these, and this one I need to get refilled that I have not, and I've got literally 2 days worth. Fun times. All right. Or wait, do I have a refill waiting for me? Okay. Whatever. I'm gonna put in a refill order in a second. So yeah, that's why I've had cold sores since I was like 11 or 12. And like I said, you know, I understand the medical info about HSV, and I understand the extremely low risk factor as somebody who's been on suppressive medications for almost 20 years. And of course, then there's the fact that, like I said, I come from a family that's very laissez-faire about a lot of things. Like, you know, we're very you know, it was no secret that my dad had cold sores, and because I grew up with my dad getting cold sores a couple times a year, I would, you know, I would not think, you know, one way or the other if he had like a can of Coca-Cola open, and I needed to you know, to take my allergy meds or something, and it was just like right there. Even if I saw him with a cold sore earlier that day, it's like, you know, I'm not thinking, oh, that's the drink of my dad who's got an active cold sore right now. I'm 11 years old. I'm thinking, oh, that's just my dad. I'll just take a drink of his Coca-Cola while I take my meds, right? So, you know, that's probably how it happened, because, you know, and because I am significantly older than the non-binary boy thing, you know, like, I'm like I said, like, several minutes ago at this point, probably half an hour ago at this point, one of my favorite early season South Park episodes, just at least one of my favorite examples of an animated sitcom episode that's just like kind of needlessly gross in the humor it goes for in like a number of scenes, but, you know, is also kind of smart about it in a way, because, you know, in that episode they do explain that that chicken pox is in the herpes family of viruses, right? If you have not seen this episode, I think it's called simply Chicken Pox. It's either season 1 or season 2. It can't be more than season 3. That I'm pretty damn sure of, right? Okay, so I'm gonna refill this one. I wish I could get some of my pills in bubblegum flavor, because it says, like, note for pharmacy staff, example, please add bubblegum flavor to the amoxicillin. But I'm like, I wish I could get some of my meds in a bubblegum flavor just for, like, no reason at all. Anyway, okay, thank you. We've got your order, so that'll be there for me tomorrow. Sweet deal. I get to add more to my week of meds tomorrow. Fun times. All right, where was I going with this? Okay, I've got to I'm not gonna be able to. You know what? I was thinking about just like spreading out some of my vitamins that I take, because I usually take them at night with my Veltrex, and this. I know most people take them in the morning, but I take a lot of stuff in the morning and there's only so much room in my pill pods for each part of the day. Anyway, where was I going? Right, other stuff. So woo, get back in there. This biotin. So right. So yeah, like I just like I said, I'm of a generation that is just a bit more laissez-faire about herpes simplex, right? Like when you're Generation X, you kind of have an understanding that herpes is everywhere, either in the form of cold sores or the nether regions. It is very easily spread and is almost always an annoyance, as long as you get it from a pubescent age or older, right? So, like I said, like Gen X people, we're just very laissez-faire about herpes for some reason. Now, the non-binary boy thing is not the only younger person I know who just like and it's a weird kind of thing too, because they didn't think to even add. Well, not only did I forget to say something, and because at least my general physician agrees with me that like when you're on suppressive meds for it, the risk of transmission is so low, like less than 2%. Like there is a greater risk of an asymptomatic carrier of C19. So yeah, like there's a greater risk for an asymptomatic carrier of C19 to spread it to other people, and it is more likely to be fatal just in general than there is for somebody who's been on suppressive meds for going on 2 decades to spread HSV to a partner. So yeah, like, and my doctor says at that point, at least, like I said, as far as my doctor is concerned, and she's been my primary physician since I was about 14 years old. And why do I still have the box of Cheerios in here? Oh, there's the weekend holster case, whatever. All right, Tuesday, Wednesday. So my doctor thinks it is a courtesy if I wish to disclose that I have HSV. I'm not usually a person for like a one night stand, so but on the few that I've had over the last 20 years, I want to say most of the time I do just like as a courtesy, because I grew up Catholic. I grew up in the Great Lakes region of the Midwest. I'm just like, it's been drilled into me since since conception that you just have, and like my grandparents were from Cornwall, the ones that I grew up with anyway. My dad's parents had both passed by the time I was 3, maybe 3, maybe 4, right? But I don't remember when Grandma Mac died. I know I was really little when she did. But anyway, so yeah, like my grandparents that I grew up with were from Cornwall. It's just like, so like I grew up like, I grew up Anglo-Celtic Catholic in the Midwest. I'm just a polite person, but like I said, like this was January, and that was when the living situation was still very unstable, and so that like my mental health is already like, it, even though it was more stable at the extended stay that I was staying at, and yeah, like there's no room for this, but I do take it daily, so I'm just gonna like leave it there. It's just saw palmetto. It says traditionally used for prostate and urinary health, which I have a very low risk of, but It's also often used as a DHT blocker. Just there's so yeah. Where's like, oh right, I have those left over from last week too. So Okay. Oh, that's the one I forgot. Shit. Okay. There's another supplement that, but at this point, it's like, you know what? I'm already gonna have to put one of my other ones in the thing for the rest of the week, like tomorrow. So screw it. I'll just put it there. I'm not opening those things all up again. So yeah, like there were a number of like mental health related reasons, and plus like, you know, like I said, like I've been told by a number of people, both medical and mental health professionals, that it is a courtesy if I choose to disclose or not. Now, if I was not on suppressive medications, you know, then yeah, I have a greater moral, ethical obligation to disclose. Not a legal obligation, as the non-binary boy thing very briefly, but very mistakenly believed. Though, you know, like, but you know, like legislating against like spreading HIV, as in the virus that causes AIDS, right? So HIV, yes, there are a handful of states where where you can be prosecuted if you but only under a very specific set of circumstances. One, you knew you had it, which not everybody does. In fact, well, now the husband of a friend, and you know what? They're kind of open, at least on Facebook, that they are HIV positive, but they didn't know they were HIV positive until I want to say 2018, maybe 2017. And at that point, like they'd gone into the doctor for something, and they found out through the diagnostic tests and blood work that were being done, that he'd already had like, you know, like a full case of AIDS, right? Like, so like he was HIV positive for years, had no idea until he got a really bad, complicated case of the flu. So they were running diagnostic testing for like other stuff just to like, you know, figure out like what is complicating this case of influenza. And, you know, like I said, like he didn't find out that he was HIV positive until he already had AIDS, right? So yeah, like no. Those two found out earlier than that, because it was before they were married, and I believe they got married in 2018. So I want to say like 2014, 2015-ish, maybe even the year before that. I'm trying to remember like where I was living when I first read about that on Facebook, and like, you know, they did a coming out post to their friends. So so yeah, like in the handful of states, and I forget which ones they are, HIV, like you can be charged with, I believe, a state felony in most of the ones where there is serophobic legislation. And yes, I said serophobic legislation because, you know, like even in the states where it is, you know, prosecutable to spread HIV, you know, it has to be under a number of circumstances. And one of those is that you have to know you have it at the time you ostensibly spread it to this person. The person has to be diagnosed with HIV. And I believe there have been I believe there have been a couple cases where it's been thrown out though I forget which states or even how many states, where it is not, where a person was accused of spreading HIV. I can't remember how much medication they were on for. I can't remember if they were medicated or not. And they so like they met they met, so like they knew they had it. The person who accused them contracted HIV, but it was not the exact strain of HIV that the person who was being accused had. So clearly they got it from somebody else. And how long they had it before then is anybody's guess. And because, like I said, like there are apparently some cases. The husband of a friend of mine in New Orleans is, fairly out about it, but he didn't know he was HIV positive until he had a full case of AIDS. And to my knowledge, he's been on medication for his HIV antivirals for some years now. And like since he knew he had, since he learned he had it. And I believe his case of AIDS is considered in remission because of the viral load count at his, like one of his, more recent tests that he learned about it. So like, so yeah, like even if you don't find out you have HIV until you've already got a full case of AIDS going on the medications, it is possible to send the AIDS into remission, right? So yeah, it's fast. So like, yeah. And like technically going out and knowing that you're sick with something that can be, more than the flu, more than a common cold, and you are more sick than, and even if like, and when I say the flu, I mean like, it has to be like a big case of flu in, like there are some cases of the flu where, or some strains of the flu where this is exempted, right? So it's like there are certain things like, from, the lesser known STIs for like, like syphilis and stuff, or C19 in like technically under many state laws, under many local jurisdictions, that is a crime. That is a criminal offense to know you have COVID, go out unprotected. So like, like no facial covering, and, know you have it, even if you're asymptomatic, going out without a facial covering, and, and know that you have the potential to spread this. That is technically illegal in most states. Now, whether or not you will be prosecuted for it is another story. But that's just the way it is. Herpes simplex, on the other hand, is not like, you can know you have it. You can have an active cold sore, and if you and your partner, are locking lips and they get cold sores a, short time afterward, like they cannot sue you for that, for a number of reasons. And like a person in my situation where it's like I have made all reasonable, things, right? It's like, at that point, if somehow, but yeah, like in Michigan, it is not illegal to, to spread herpes, for a number of reasons, like the fact that around 90% of the adult population carries antibodies for it, at least at some point in their life. Many of this 90% are asymptomatic carriers, meaning that they carry it. It will be active, between 1 to a few times a year. Therefore, they can spread it to others. And because they're asymptomatic and they don't know they have it, because, they don't have symptoms, they don't think they have reason to, get checked for it. And yeah, there's technically a a test for HSV in adults, but it's so prevalent that it's very seldom a test run it's so seldom added to a basic STI panel, right? When you get run for those, like you have to specifically ask to include HSV in an STI, testing panel. Almost every single time. And even then, it's a matter of whether or not your insurance will cover adding HSV, screening to a full STI panel, right? So yeah, like I said, now I'm not saying that makes it okay, but like I said, like my doctor and my therapist and psychiatrist, like several and a couple of other mental health professionals that I have discussed this with, they say, look, you're on suppressive meds. There is such a low chance to spread this that you can be an asymptomatic carrier of COVID right now, and there is a higher chance for you to spread that to somebody than there is for you to spread this. But if you're asymptomatic and you haven't been tested, like if you're not getting like regular, like swab tests for COVID, therefore you don't know you're asymptomatic, like there's like you're not gonna right like in theory it's possible, and that is a far greater risk to to somebody's to somebody's quality of life, to somebody's long-term quality of life, and far greater risk to somebody's to an otherwise healthy adult's life in general, right, than HSV. At that point, like I said, according, as per the opinions of my primary physician, my mental health professionals, and a couple other mental health professionals, not Poppy, for a number of reasons, but, like Poppy is just like one of those people where, she'll tell a person coming to her for mental health advice and she'll tell them one thing, but then like, if it's, if that situation suddenly affects her, she'll do a complete 180, right? Like she can say, like, if, like, and this was like before I knew a lot of the stuff, like I don't know. I'd like made some neutral, mildly, compassionate replies to a couple of the things she'd said on Twitter, like as the whole like no flake thing was burning down around her. But yeah, that's just like, I don't know. I'd kind of been like wary of her mental health advice just because I'd noticed that like there were like a couple times she'd contradict herself, or at least seem to anyway, which probably means she probably was. Yes? Was that Miss Phoebe? I'm going to show the cat toys that I got my cats for my birthday. And yes, I was overdrawn as of last night, but I did some Ibotta rebates on my food stamps. And hi. So I had those so I had my Ibotta rebate cash all saved up. Yes, I know you're a sweet little lady cat who's headbutting me, and you're being kind of annoying about it. So I had that transferred to my bank. So I'm in the green, just barely. I have a couple of bills that are going through later this month that I need a minimum of, let's see, I did the maths. I'm going to need a minimum of $75 before the end of the month to make sure that those do not overdraft me. Again, I am going to need a minimum of, I'm going to need a minimum of $15 to go to City Club in Detroit this weekend to celebrate my birthday. Just like the D2A2 Express bus that goes back and forth between Ann Arbor and Detroit between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. Like that is how I get to City Club, because City Club is like a couple blocks from their downtown Detroit stop. And so, like, that is how I get there. It is technically cheaper than going to Necto every Monday now, because now Necto is just like most of the time now, it like the cover just like went, like in the last couple of years, the cover went up from like $5 a week, except for special events, to $10 a week, except for special events. So it's like, I'm at a point where I don't even want to go to Necto unless it's a special event that I'm really interested in, right? Because it's cheaper. It is now cheaper to go to Detroit than it is, it is cheaper to go to Detroit for my goth club fix than it is to go to Necto in downtown Ann Arbor, which is just like a bus ride away from me, because I do live on one of the main routes. It's just not the main route that's along almost everything else I need besides my post office and home. So, yeah, the two main routes that I usually, the two main routes with most of the stuff I need are the 5 and the 4. I live on the 3.
Hi! Yes! Headbutt me some more, Miss Missy. Little kitty.
Little kitty, little pudgy muffin, you love the slaps. You love the slaps. You love the slappings up on the ashen, yes you do.
Yes, I know. You're such a cutie.
Some cats love being spanked, and Phoebe is one of them. Anyway, where was I going with this? Right. So yeah, like the non-binary boy thing. So like I said, like I just like kind of took it for granted, because I am, like I said, like I'm Gen X. My family was very laissez-faire about this. I've had cold sores since I was 11. I've been on suppressive medication for almost 20 years. Everybody around me who would have a relevant, informed opinion about the ethics involved says it would be a courtesy for me to disclose prior, but it's like it's not like it's not like it's not like I was HIV positive, right? It's not like my my friend in New Orleans, and granted, what, I don't remember like if he's considered because there's a level of HIV virus load count where you are considered non-transmissible, like for all practical matters, non-transmissible. There is a tiny risk of, there's such a tiny risk of spreading it to others. It is, for all practical purposes, non-existent. And I put some adages on there because, that's just how medical science works. Like, there is no 100% guarantee in medicine because, like all other scientific fields, it's based on the current data, right? Like medical knowledge is, like all other scientific knowledge, is based on the current data. And the data currently says that there is a level, like if you're on suppressive HIV meds, like whatever your medication cocktail, there can be there's in fact another friend of mine, and I don't know how open they are about their. Then again, I'm not dropping anybody's names. The only friend of mine that I even gave a location for is, like I said, the one in New Orleans. The husband's kind of a friend of mine. I mean, a bit more casual than the friend. And I said that the husband is pretty open about it. It's Gray Cross and Billy Martin in New Orleans. Billy Martin is best known to the goth community, the goth subculture, under his pen name Poppy Zed Bright, which was his legal name at the time, like when he wrote Lost Souls and Drawing Blood and stuff. He transitioned a bit. I mean, he's over a decade older than me. So he was older when he started transitioning, but he credits me for, just following me on LiveJournal at the time, because that's what we were using most of the time. Yeah, he credits me, like, you know, and like reading my live journal blogging about it at the time for, like, you know, like what finally lit the fire under his ass to transition. And he's been, yeah, I mean, yeah, he's had a lot of health problems since transitioning, but a lot of that is just due to age and, you know, like other health and lifestyle factors, such as, let's be honest, part of it is weight. That, you know, like it's a risk factor. That's why I'm trying to drop some more weight of my own. I'm still about 50 pounds heavier than I would like to be, especially considering my height. But I'm about 100 pounds down from my heaviest weight. So, like I said, I'm still about 50 pounds heavier than I would like to be for, you know, at least going from my previous experience with my weight and stuff. But, you know, it's a process. It's a process, as I've said many times before, like compulsive eating, which can include, like, you know, full-blown binge ED, which I'm not sure if I would qualify for a proper BED diagnosis. So I use compulsive eating a lot more for myself personally, but sometimes I think I would qualify for a BED diagnosis. I don't know. I haven't really talked about that with a therapist as of yet, but like I said, like, just based on what I know about BED, I may be towing the line for that. So, you know, like, so yeah, it's a process. It's a thing. Like, I'll get there when I get there, as long as I keep moving forward, right? As long as I keep heading in that direction, I will get there when I get there. And, you know, like, that's how I like to remind myself that, like, no, it is a process, but whatever. Anyway, I was talking about herpes and shit. So yeah, like I said, like, my friend and his husband that I'm friendly with, and yes, I say husband because, you know, they're both kind of berry in the gay, you know, community, right? You know, that is their, you know, subculture of gay. And one of my favorite, like, later period John Waters movies is A Dirty Shame. And there's, like, such an adorable scene, and I think I might get a copyright, you know, notice about that if I played the clip. But, you know, when you meet the characters, colloquially called the Bears, you know, like you're following, I think it's Tracy Ullman's character, like, walking down the street, and the Bears move in down the block, and maybe it's not Tracy Ullman's character, but another one of the more, like, uptight neighbors characters in that film. But yeah, like, you see the character walking down the street, and she passes by, like, the Bears moving in, you know, somewhere down the block, and, oh, hi, I forget his name. Come meet my husband. And I'm just like, you know, I gotta use that term for them, because they kind of remind me of those characters in a way. Like, I mean, it's not a perfect, like, 1-to-1 matchup, but, you know, it works. And they know I call Gray Billy's husband. And but yeah, like I said, Gray didn't know he had HIV until he was, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, for a number, you know, like I said, like, I was having some mental health issues at the time, so it just slipped my mind. And when you consider, like, everything that led up to, you know, at least all my previous knowledge, at, you know, including, like, not just the medical knowledge, but also the ethical opinions, the qualified ethical opinions from my general physician, my own mental health professionals. So now we've got 3 people, and at least 2 other mental health professionals that I know just, you know, casually from, you know, a number of social circles I'm in. And all 5, possibly 6, but definitely 5 people that I've had this discussion with not about this particular instance, or not all of them about this particular instance, but that I've had this conversation with in general, they've all said at this point, it is a courtesy because, as you said, HSV, herpes simplex, is so common, it's so widespread that about 90%, give or take, of the adult population carries antibodies. A large number of those are believed to be asymptomatic carriers. And it's not a, it is for all practical purposes in adult cases not a life-threatening or significantly life-altering. I say significantly, because once you get your first cold sore, you're gonna do things to help manage it, whether that includes suppressive meds or just like dabbing on Abreva a couple times a year when you get a sore, right? But it's not going to be significantly life-altering, again, in nearly all adult cases. And I have taken the step to be on suppressive meds for nearly 20 years, and excuse me, and there is less than a 2% chance of transmission to a partner, whether orally or otherwise, right? So at this point, like I said, according to my general physician and 4 mental health professionals, it is a courtesy to disclose. And like I said, I grew up in a generation that's very laissez-faire about it. There's a whole South Park episode, and there's a number of South Park episodes after that one where it's minor jokes about cold sores and calling it herpes instead of a cold sore, or one character is calling it a cold sore and other characters are laughing at them for calling it a cold sore. Yeah, there's a couple episodes that mentions that Kenny has HSV in the form of cold sores, and but yeah, there's a whole first or second season episode called Chicken Pox where there's a lot of really gross jokes about herpes, and that's because herpes simplex is related to herpes zoster, which is herpes zoster is the virus that causes chicken pox, right? So, like I said, part of it's a generational thing. Part of it is just the climate of my family where I grew up. And, and I have taken the precautionary steps to become as minimally infectious as possible with this, that, like I said, mental health, and so it just completely slipped my mind to say anything prior, even though, like I said, there have been a few one-night stands and, short-term, sexual partners, and even a couple of longer-term sexual partners in the last 20 years, and even before I went on suppressive stuff, I remember my high school boyfriend, one time it was the middle of winter and I said, "Don't kiss me, I feel a cold sore coming on." Right? So I will go out of my way. I have a history of, disclosing, even in situations where my doctor and 4 mental health professionals have said, at this point, it's a courtesy, not an ethical obligation. So yeah, like I said, given my prior knowledge, the generational gap between myself and the non-binary boy thing, and also, the fact that I've been on suppressive medications, it just completely slipped my mind. Most people, even average, non-mental health, non-medical professional people I've vented about this to, have said, no, you had no intention to deceive. And given your given not only your particular situation at the time, but, like all these other facts that I just said, yeah, it was just something that slipped your mind. It was therefore a mistake. It wasn't, like, it wasn't a violation of consent, but, and of course, it slipped my mind to say something beforehand, obviously, because of a number of reasons, both practical and based on, prior knowledge of, like how herpes works, right? So, and of course, the non-binary boy thing, didn't think to ask me if I had anything that would be transmissible or, or that. And, like they phrased it as, oh, by the way, you don't have anything, right? Like as far as STIs goes. And I said, oh, yeah, I forgot to say something. Yeah, I do technically have herpes simplex. So, like cold sores, basically. And I say, and I know a lot about how it works, but I've also been on suppressive meds for like almost 20 years, since like 2005, I believe, 2006, one of those years. And so I've been on suppressive meds for like almost 20 years. And so like there's less than a 2% chance of transmission. And plus, like, here's the kicker is like, we I barely even licked their junk, and even then it was just like one of those things that just like they give me like they say they've been diagnosed with ADHD, but they also give me they give me AuTHD, so like autism plus ADHD vibes. Just a lot of it is like some of their like social quirks, like when interacting face to face. So like I suspect they, if not on the autism spectrum disorder, like maybe at a borderline, AuTHD case. So what was I saying? I went off on that for a reason. Okay, and then okay. Oh yeah. So like I said, the reason that like I barely licked anything is like I think I misread some body language. So it was like, like a quick, lick, and then and they said no, so I stopped. Right? I immediately stopped. And so like it was like 95%, if not less, just hands. Like, so like there was like, for all practical purposes, no risk of transmission, even if somehow there was somehow active virus, like in that less than 2% chance, right? So even if there was active virus at the time, this was a minimum of 95% like hand stuff, right? So like I thought basically nothing. And like I said, I'm from a generation that's very laissez-faire about herpes. Like I said, there's an entire South Park episode where the main joke is herpes. And the episode is called Chicken Pox. It's a season 1 or 2 episode. Let me look this up just to make sure. South South Park chicken pox episode. And we search, and no, just season 2, episode 10. I was right. It was a season 2. I thought it was season 2 at first, but I said maybe season 1, no later than season 3. Okay, so yeah, season 2, episode 10. It's called Chicken Pox, and like I said, the primary joke through this episode is herpes. That is the primary joke through the whole episode. It's kind of gross. It is not the only South Park episode with jokes about herpes, but this is, excuse me. So yeah, like Parker and Stone are about 10 years older than me. So, you know, like still within Gen X. And I'm going to say about, I'm just taking a stab at things. I don't feel like looking it up right now. Just to like make sure. But yeah, like they're about 10 years older than me, give or take. And so like I said, like still firmly in the sphere of Gen X. And so, like I said, like very laissez-faire generational attitude toward herpes. You know, whether it be herpes simplex 1, you know, that is typically, though not exclusively, related to oral outbreaks, or herpes simplex 2, which, yeah, has a bit more of a social stigma about it, but because it's the one typically, though not exclusively, associated with outbreaks towards the nether regions. And because, you know, butt herpes is a thing. Anyway, the non-binary boy thing has been freaking out about this, like, since that night. Like, they later said before, like, leaving the extended stay room I was living at with the cats at the time. So, like, you know, they said, you know, oh, that's okay, you know, like, you're on meds, and, you know, it's, you know, overwhelmingly, you know, low risk of, you know, it is an overwhelmingly minute, you know, risk of transmission. And then I guess, like, because they seem to have some very serious medical anxieties that, like, they kind of like downplayed, I think you know, either prior or later that week. But yeah, like they kind of like they have some serious medical anxiety, you know, anxieties specific to medical issues. So like, yeah, like they will, like, you know, have like this mental health. So like, I think they just like, I think somehow they just like got in their own head, you know, like in like both, you know, from like their car ride, you know, back home in, you know, to within, you know, Washtenaw County, you know, over the following week, that like and because of their medical anxiety, you know, because of their pre-existing medical anxieties about just like in general medical anxieties, they went like looking for like the worst case scenarios. And so of course, like, that will lead a person who knows they have medical related anxiety issues, that will lead a person to freak out a bit more, arguably far more than realistically necessary. And when you consider the fact that this is realistically an all but 0% risk of transmission, because like I said, it was a bare minimum, as in like possibly more than 95% hand stuff. And the only reason I say, you know, bare minimum 95% hand stuff is because, like I said, I misread like some body language. They give me a borderline, if not, you know, more, you know, like socially adept ASD vibe. So I misread some body language. I did a quick lick. They said no. I stopped, and, you know, like I said, it was hand stuff. It was hand stuff, and, you know, like nothing I say about the sequence of events from, you know, that night is anything that anybody's going to argue with. But like I said, like they have this, you know, like mental cycle that it actually seems like kind of random. Like, so like clearly, like at some point they'll get in their own head about this for some reason, like, you know, like, and, you know, like anything can trigger a mental health episode. Anything can trigger an anxiety episode. Like, that's why I find the whole language of like calling it a trigger warning, that is like a very unnuanced understanding of what a mental health trigger is, or like a mental illness trigger, whatever. So, and like, like mental health triggers are commonly associated with like the wealth of anxiety disorders, but there can be other kinds of mental health triggers as well. But like I said, like PTSD, general anxiety disorder, social anxiety disorder, like a lot of like I said, like anxiety triggers are the most common form, but other mental health triggers are a thing, and it can be very random. It can be completely unpredictable. Like one time I had a bit of a anxiety trigger related to the mess my worst ex left of my mental health. And it was just something. I was at the grocery store when it happened, when I just suddenly like had to sit down on the floor in the aisle and have a good cry for like a couple of minutes before I was able to like recompose myself. And thankfully like nobody had stopped down the aisle to ask me about like what the hell just happened or something. But like there was a PA announcement when it happened, and then the next thing I know, so like it was clearly something about what was said, or maybe that employee at the grocery store, like just something about like the tone or inflections of their voice when they were speaking. Something about it triggered triggered my anxieties about that my worst ex left me with. So that is a serious mental health trigger, right? It can be completely random, very unpredictable, and but it's my issue to deal with. So like like when I say like so that's why like I'm in the favor of like a sensitive content warning, like has preceded every episode of the Law and Order franchise since 1990. Especially the SVU episodes. It's like, the following program deals with sensitive subject matter. Viewer discretion is advised. Right? Like, so people who flip out about content warnings and, oh, what snowflakes? I'm like, no, we've been dealing with content warnings since the Hays Code. Like, what do you think film ratings are? It's a content. It is a broad guideline of what kind of content is in the script and the final product of the film. An R rating. And like since the late 80s, maybe mid 90s was when I started seeing like expanded like some additional details on why this film got this particular rating. So yeah, like like a G-rated film for general audiences. Granted, like I actually kind of like the Nostalgia Critic video essay-ish about I think it began with the question of what the hell happened to the G rating in movies, because like you think about it, like so many genuinely good movies have a G rating. Like Walt Disney's 1934 Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, that has a G rating. I mean, yes, it is considered a little scary, but nothing that like a child accompanied by a parent or other loving family or guardian, other loving family member or guardian can't explain to the small child, right? Like nothing that nothing that a caring parent or other guardian adult in a child's life can't explain. And as being like, it's okay to be scared sometimes. It's okay to be scared sometimes, little Timmy. Yeah, I know the witch is scary, but it's okay to be scared sometimes. You don't have to but because it's imaginary. It's an imaginary movie, based on an old fairy tale. And trust me, this is a lot less scary than the original version of Snow White that that even the Grimms condensed down to something a little bit more scary than what Disney did with it. Actually, like I would say like the last like truly frightening scene in a Disney movie was probably in the 60s. I want to say maybe a scene from the animated Jungle Book. I do like the live action Jungle Book a bit more than a lot of people seem to. Well, I don't know. A lot of people seem to have an issue with the Christopher Walken Gigantopithecus King Louis for some reason. And I'm like, that is just such a beautiful scene for no reason at all. But, you know, like when you... There's that, like sometimes you just have to have something that is like kind of goofy for no reason. Right? Like sometimes you just gotta have something that's just goofy for no reason. And like, yeah, like it was something kind of goofy that just like kind of made the following like whole scene with the Monkey City a bit more. I thought that made it a bit more, just kind of overall kind of terrifying. Like I'm one of those people where like I'm okay with seeing monkeys at the zoo because they're in an enclosure that keeps them safe from everybody else. Like monkeys and great apes, so those of us without tails, monkeys and apes, I do not want to encounter them in the wild. They're kind of freaky. I'm okay with them at the zoo because they're in an enclosure. But if I were going to be if I were to hypothetically take over the Tonight Show and brought back that kind of Johnny Carson style of, showing genuine interest in the various people that came on. So not just celebrities and public figures, but sometimes just these randomish human interest, pieces like a zookeeper. I would just say, hey, look, if we're going to bring on somebody from a zoo, I do not want any goddamn rhesus monkeys or macaques, much less any chimps around me. Nope. They have to be a safe barrier from me. They're just kind of freaky. Even the little rhesus and macaques. No. Yeah, technically a human of about my size can take on one of those small monkeys. The smaller, the tiny primates, the eye and shit, okay, those are fine. Those are just far enough removed from, first off, they are so goddamn weak. that's like my cats can take on an eye. They've got that freaky long finger, but my cats can take on an eye. Even Phoebe, and Phoebe is just such a little sweetheart. So it's but she's half Nigel's size. But once you get bigger than that, once you get bigger than a lemur, so when we're talking, so after lemurs, then you've got the true monkeys. I think I'm sure there are other groups of primates that are just completely slipping my mind. I'm sure Casual Geographic is going to do an episode about it one of these days. But when you get into the true monkeys, no, that's when they get just human-like enough to be really kind of freaky. And they get just human-like enough, in relative strength to their size, that they can do some damage. Even if it's a monkey that's a size that you will win, hands down, you will win. But then again, when they get really small like that, you never see just one in the wild. In fact, the better zoos do not have just one in the enclosure because these are especially social little creatures, right? So yeah, monkeys, I'm not one of those psychotic monkey haters that was apparently a big thing on YouTube. I don't hate monkeys. I think monkeys are kind of cool as long as there is a safe distance between me and the monkeys. Apes are kind of fascinating as long as there's a safe distance between me and the apes. Jane Goodall, you observe those chimps all you like. Have at it. More power to you. You are doing something that I would never want to do. So yeah. Like I said, clearly the non-binary boy thing, is, like I said, like whatever anxiety triggers like trip it up, and then they get in their own head about it, and then they start freaking out on me over Discord DMs like again. And so like I'm willing to say part that, because it really does stress me out a lot. And like I said, I'm not like trying to shift blame, because I know like first off, like they clearly have a poorly managed anxiety disorder. And like it's not their fault. Like they're not doing this to be malicious, right? I understand that it's not malicious. I'm just saying, like, you know, like when they like get in their own head and start freaking out at me in DMs, like I feel that because well, I explained to them that I did have an HIV scare over 20 years ago. Like it freaked me out. Thankfully, it, you know, like the actual transmission rate of HIV is high enough to be scary, certainly, but it's also low enough that, you know, that like if you find out that somebody you were with and did unprotected things with has it, you know, you go to the doctor to get tested even without seeming sick. Most of the time, I'm not going to take a stab on like exactly how frequently, but most of the time, you know, you can get a test and it'll come back with nothing. So like I said, the risk for HIV unprotected, unmedicated is significant enough to be scary, but the rate of transmission is like I said, most of the time, especially if you're going in without like, you know, with, you know, completely asymptomatic. And HIV is one of those things where it's like, it's not significantly symptomatic until it crosses the threshold into a full case of AIDS. But I don't know enough about that and how it works. And I don't know what like the milder symptoms that would like go under most people's radar as kind of like like people will describe it as flu-like symptoms. So it's like, if you're not sick and you don't feel sick, and you find out somebody you did unprotected things with very recently, you know, has it, and you go and get tested, most of the time it's going to come back negative, which good. But like I said, it is a significant enough risk to be scary. So, but yeah, like I'm also not in, you know, so because I had that genuine HIV scare over 20 years ago, like I know, like, and because I have general anxiety disorder with CPTSD from, you know, like huge history of like physical and emotional abuse. Thankfully, no sexual abuse. I will say that though, like, let me just say that when my parents divorced, my mother was a later in life lesbian in like 1990 in Ohio. And my father was, so that's how my dad got custody. Long story short. And, you know, so like my father was convinced that something nefarious happened because, you know, my dad became less homophobic with age. But it was a really ugly divorce, especially for poor people. And so yeah, like my father was convinced something nefarious had happened with the kids, you know, which would be me and my younger sister, since my older sister on my mother's side had been like long married and living in the UK at the time, and my older sister on my dad's side only lived with us you know, a few times a year for like, you know, like alternating fortnights during summer vacation, alternating holiday weekends, you know, that kind of thing. So yeah, like I said, like my dad was convinced something nefarious happened. You know, like took us to the pediatrician for exams and all, and I was in the room when the pediatrician said, you know, that there is absolutely no sign of these nefarious things happening to the kids, you know. So but my dad was convinced that, you know, oh well, the doctor is wrong, you know, like not all of it, you know, shows signs. And I'm like, I remember like nothing happening. So but you know, that's a thing. So yeah, like no none of the more nefarious forms of physical abuse, but you know, there was physical abuse. Like they had like my dad and my mother, and my dad long past even when, like, you know, spanking advocates will say it's useful or like or age appropriate. Like my dad thought nothing of, like, you know, taking hands to us. And so, and a lot of like emotional abuse, and of course, like I had one ex after high school who put his hands on me, and I ended that right away. And after that, like the abuse from worst ex was like all like emotional. So and of course, like a couple bouts of homelessness. Like this was not the first time, you know, like last year was not the first time, but so yeah, like and I've had other, like, you know, more minor character exes over the last 25 years who'd been like more low-key emotionally abusive. Like worst ex was like the worst of them, by a wide margin. And so yeah, like I said, because I understand, you know, because I've got the point of reference with my old HIV scare over 20 years ago, and my own anxiety disorder, you know, that is, you know, with associated with CPTSD from many years of psychological and physical abuse. You know, like I understand that anxiety triggers are unpredictable, and once you get in your own head with an anxiety trigger, it can be impossible to, you know, or at least it can seem impossible to find a way out of it, and it can take days sometimes, depending on how poorly managed your anxiety is at that time, right? So yeah, like I understand that anxiety triggers can be unpredictable, and so yeah, like I said, like I empathize, and because I empathize with the non-binary boy thing, and like and what they're going through when they get in their own head about, you know, about the non-zero but extremely unlikely, like overwhelmingly unlikely risk of transmission of, you know, herpes simplex, you know, which is associated with cold sores, over an encounter, over an intimate encounter that was a minimum of 95% hand stuff. So it's like almost completely hands, and they're freaking out about it. But, you know, so like in spite of like all of like what I know, that like this, you know, like logically I know that they're freaking out over, you know, nothing. And like for like the first month afterward, they would send me pictures like almost daily at some point of like every little stress pimple You know, like every little stress pimple, every ingrown hair, and and ask like, is this a herpes blister? Is this a herpes blister? Is this a herpes blister? And I'm like, oh my god, it's an ingrown hair. Just please, just and like I said, because like I empathize with like the anxiety they're going through. Like even though I know logically, like dude, no, it's an ingrown hair. Dude, no, it's just a stress pimple because you are in a massive anxiety loop right now. So like logically I know all that, but at the same time, like I can tell that they are having a huge anxiety attack over this. And anxiety is not a logical, like especially disordered levels of anxiety, because like everybody experiences anxiety from time to time. It's like, okay, yeah, but then there are people with disordered levels of anxiety, right? So like when you're experiencing disordered levels so when you have an established history of disordered levels of anxiety, and you are currently experiencing disordered levels of anxiety, and you are having a full-blown anxiety attack, that because you are just like trapped in your own head. You're trapped in the anxiety loop in your own head, and you're just like the hamster on the anxiety wheel, and you're finding it hard to just like jump off. And unlike the hamster who's ostensibly getting some kind of enjoyment out of it, like it's not benefiting you in any way. It's just making your mental health a lot worse, especially in that moment you're experiencing it. But because like I can tell that they are having a massive anxiety attack over this, I just like I can't help but feel that with them. So it's like, like, this is probably influenced. This has been a not insignificant factor in why I think, or at least a not insignificant potential factor in why I have over the past couple of months had a couple of like just under the surface cold sore outbreaks. But a bigger factor, I'm sure, is just like I've been emotionally exhausted since moving in here because of the previous year and a half. So it's like I'm emotionally exhausted. I am having a bit of a depressive period. Do I have moments where I can experience joy and happiness and good things, for a time? Yes, like it is possible for people who are in a depressive period to have like these little fleeting moments of happiness, but then it ends. And but like when you're not in a depressive period, after that little moment of extra joy happens, like going out, dancing and seeing Vision Video in Detroit, right? Like once that passes, like you maybe still be riding, you might still be, especially if you've got ADHD like myself, you might still having a bit of a dopamine hit for a couple of days afterward, but then it passes and you're just like, son of a bitch, I am still depressed, aren't I? Whereas like if you're not having a depressive period, like it'll like gradually like peter off over a couple days, and you'll just like go back to your, usual mellow, casual self who is not depressed. And I'm on an antidepressant right now. I need to have that adjusted, so I need to make another appointment with a psychiatrist about that. And just to like, and I need to have it adjusted so I can like help pick myself back up out of this depressive period. So this is going on a lot longer than is useful to me. So it's not like depression is like especially useful. I mean, some writers say like, oh yeah, I've had like moments of I've had times where my depression has inspired me, and I'm like, well, yeah, after the depression passes. It's like, maybe, I don't know. It's like, well, like I said, like it's after the depression passes, or like when you have like that window of time, like in a major depressive period, like you'll occasionally get little windows of time where it's like, okay, I could, oh god, my god, why the hell? Can I turn off Grindr notifications? Yeah, I don't care if you're hosting. I am. There we go. No. Okay, notifications. Let's really, I can only okay, well let's see if this works. 2 hours. Okay, I would like that to stop all Grindr notifications for 2 hours, because like people on that goofy ass app are just goofy, and I don't know. I think Grindr is an elaborate form of debasing oneself. Oh my gosh, I missed lullaby. Oh my gosh, virtual hug. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you showed up. I don't know if you're still here in the chat. I don't always trust the restream stuff to tell me stuff about stuff when it should be. Oh wait. Oh, invite up to 10 guests. Ooh. Wait. Okay. So like, okay, what's this all? Wait, why does this have a 2 on here? Or wait, sources. Expand. I am farting around with Oh, okay. I think I know what that's going on about. Wait, no, don't close my chat box. I need the chat box. If I don't have the auxiliary chat box that's like on, you can't see it on the audience side, but so like the way Restream works is like, okay, so like there's the box that like shows me like which that shows me what you see, right? And let's say stop sharing, because I think like there's the part that shows me what the audience sees, and then so like I can see that there's the sidebar with the chat, but I need the additional chat box to to show me that people are, what people are saying, because like that has a larger font for me to read. And I am, as I said to Keldoge the night before, I've got borderline low vision. So it's like I'm like just at the I'm just at the threshold where my eyeglass prescription cannot correct me to a solid 20/20 vision anymore. At least like, my nearsighted prescription, because I have a bifocal now because I'm old. And but then what? But it's not, but my vision with the best possible prescription is still not so bad. So like I said, my nearsighted lens is my nearsightedness with strong astigmatism lens. That's not a perfect 20/20 anymore. That can't go to a perfect 20/20. These are the thin lenses for my prescription. Oh, these are, yeah. I guess they've really improved the thing. So, like I said, that can no longer be corrected to a perfect 20/20. Like the ideal 20/20 anymore. But yeah, to qualify for a low vision diagnosis, I would still need to have significantly worse vision than I currently do, so it's on the borderline, like I said. Like, I am noticeably impaired compared to my friends, even my other friends who wear glasses and, have such poor eyesight that they can only wear glasses to correct their vision. Like, So I'm going to finish my watermelon, put my drawer full of meds away, and then I'm going to move on to the next thing I want to do tonight, which is, Oh, right. So I have these faux flowers, and I've got a couple of other things, and I have a shelf from Joanne. So, like I said in the description box, I'm going to do some crafting, some of the backed up chores. I do not want to install the bidet tonight. I'm going to leave that for another day. Whether it's a day I'm streaming or not is a completely different question, but I am going to leave it for another day. So like I said, I'm going to finish the watermelon. I'm going to put away the drawer full of meds. And yes, a drawer full of meds. Well, first off, anybody who saw me put my pill pods for the week together, and even then, it's still like most of them because I've got a refill that I forgot to fill at Walgreens over the weekend, and excuse me. So yeah, like there's the prescription that I have to go pick up tomorrow, and all of that, and yeah, then there's and yes, I got pre-cut watermelons because it's my goddamn birthday. If I don't want to cut up a giant ass watermelon for $2 that I would purchase for $2 less than I purchased the equivalent of like maybe 20% of like a good full-size watermelon to like maybe half of one of those small personal size watermelon. And I'm like, no, this is a goddamn juvenile watermelon. This is not a fully mature squash. And yes, a drawer full of meds. Please don't go in there, Phoebe. Please don't go into the little like drawer slot on my vanity table. Okay, so all right. It was raining when I went out to go pick up cat litter and cat toys today. Oh, you know what? There's more room to. There's better lighting here, though. I'll figure it out. Oh, you know what? There's a stereo in the other room. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put away breakfast dishes and my watermelon fork. Hold on, I'll be right back, and then I'm gonna set up. But you know what? Just this is a matter of basic decency. Stay. This is a matter of basic decency. Let's all right, let's turn the share screen back on. Let's select the YouTube tab, and just to make sure that things are doing the thing that they, I'll leave it like this for a moment because I'm going to the other room to put some shit away, and I only have two hands. So let's see what's No, that's got Britney Spears on it. That's gonna what the President's Sunday. Just like no. I'm not gonna go out of my way to defend the Keffels receipts. You know, like I've seen them. I have I understand that at least going by the timeline that she has offered to her audience, like I said, going by the timeline that she's offered to her audience, I think there is a perfectly understandable, but you know, not excusable, but understandable explanation for, you know, why things happened the way they did. And other than that, I know that she showed me incredible kindness at a time in my life when I needed it most. And like, you know, like after the fire, she donated a couple $100 of her own out of pocket. So, oh, you know what? She ended her stream of, you know, just as I was starting this one, I did not get an alert, and I thought I set it up to alert me. And I was watching Malcolm at the time, and you know what? I started going on about Chris Tyson. So, you know, like, let's let me just play a little bit from Keffel's stream. I'll hear it in the other. I'll mostly hear it in the other room. Yeah, let's go to theater mode, and she's going on for a couple hours. So. Just all right. Just like entertain like all two people still in chat just so I have. I guess she's gonna say. You know what? It occurred to me that this is going on a bit longer than I thought it would, and I and I am going on about stuff, or doing stuff to prepare for whatever the hell I'm doing with this shelf that I got. So, and I can bring out the laptop, and we can watch me do that instead. And right now I'm looking for a record I want to play. While I'm doing that, I don't know. I don't know why it is so goddamn hot in my bedroom. Well, poor air circulation, obviously, but I don't know why there's such poor air circulation. This is a relatively new building. And I've got the stereo like plugged in there, so I need to move the laptop some more. Okay, this is gonna be fun. So yeah, like okay, you know what? I'll unplug the little USB fan real quick, and all right, we've got a box full of books, and okay. Sorry, K-Cats. I'm gonna commandeer the outlet directly over your fountain for stuff I'm doing, so I can go forth with what I promised Kel Doge, amongst others, that I'm gonna debase myself for spare change in hopes of not being especially overdrawn this month. And I've mentioned it in several streams before today. This is the annoying chicken toy. This is the most ungodly sound I've heard any of my cat's toys ever make. Well, okay, except for the monkey. Except for the monkey. There's a story about the monkey. Nigel butt. It's so cute when Nigel likes to bring me his toys on occasion, but at the same time, like when he's bringing me this one, like I will hear, and he'll be like doing his little like while he's got it in his mouth, like, you know, and he's like making his noises to alert me that he has come to bring me his annoying chicken. I wish I knew it made this kind of sound when I got it. But there's my Nigel butt. He's sweet baby. Were you napping under the chair? Nigel, do you hear your chicken? Oh, but, oh, that's right. I got the cats a couple of new toys, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. So, yes, it's my birthday. And because I'm an insane cat daddy, that means I got the cats new toys. And I got it rained. So I got a new brand of litter, but it's similar enough to the World's Best that we've got right now. So I have no qualms about mixing this while they Okay. Hold on. There was a bag from Petco. It's a gray one. What the hell?
Kitty cats. What happened to the Petco bag, honeys?
What happened to it? What'd you? Oh, there it is. Sitting on top of the stove for some reason. Oh, good. None of it's on. Sweet. Alrighty. So, as I sit some more upon the milk crate of books. All right. So, I got the cats 2 new toys. So we've got this one, Instincts. Release your cat's inner instincts. Electronic motion cat toy by Smarticat. All right, directions. Slide switch to on position to start toy. Slide switch to off position to turn off toy. Oh, wow, I don't know if I would have ever figured that out on my own. Batteries required and included. Sweet. To replace batteries. Remove cover, unscrew shit, pop out old batteries, pop in new ones. Sweet. All right. Stuff so simple that even I could figure that out. All right. So, wait, where the hell's the on switch? Oh, is this it? Hey, it is. All right. Now, I don't have a good way to position this so we can see if the cats are playing around with it, but I will say something about it. Phoebe. You've got vinyl flooring in this place, and I don't like vinyl flooring. I mean, to be fair, it is easier to keep clean than a carpet, but I just... Really? You're just going to stare at it? This is what I used $7 of your Petco Vital Care Rewards coupons on today, and you're just going to sit there and stare at it? All right, well, not today. Let's just say that. Let's just say that they're not feeling it today, or at least Phoebe's not. But then again, it was only just like turning around in a circle. So, lovely. I need to get out the X-Acto for this. Lovely. All right. And I'm gonna put this in the plastic bags to sort. Now, the reason I say plastic bags to sort is because I'm a filthy hoarder. Actually, no, that's not really the case. But it's because oh shit! Oh no! I fucked up. Okay, there's a way I can fix this, I'm sure. What the shit? All right, well, let's see. Okay. We've got this, all right, let's, okay. Hey, sweet. All right, there we go. What? Ugh. All right, now when you're a dumbass like me, and you slice the thing. What the hell? Remove before play. What do you want to remove before play? Oh, the inner plastic bit? Okay. Why does it feel like it's vibrating? Okay, so like when you're a dumbass like me and you accidentally like slice the little like plastic zip tie thing that's and then you end up doing this, you just want to like take the cap off and then slide the line in there a little bit. You want it to come about like just about to the end. Now granted, this is going to make it a little bit of a shorter line, but I also go to the craft store so goddamn much. I can extend it a little bit. They've got similar enough elastic cording for various jewelry stuff. So there we go. All right. Phoebe. Ooh. Jellyfish. Jellyfish. Phoebe. Go back. Nigel. Woo! Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Oh! Hey, little boy. Where's my little boy? Woohoo! There we go. I don't know if he's getting in the frame. Hey, baby boy. There's Nigel. Nigel, bud. Where's my little boy? Where's my sweet little boy? Where's my gigantic little boy? Where's... Oh no! Did I get you too excited? Did I get you too... Oh, yeah, I know. Does sound like only a minor wheezing he's got right now, so just gonna like keep my ears open. But okay, we got Nigel just a little bit excited enough to. You okay, big boy? Oh, I left all the floral. You know what? I was gonna look for a record, so let's see. Oh, also, so I found a toolbox that somebody curbed because apparently the latch parts broke off, but I've got a couple ideas on how to I've got a couple ideas on what I can do to what's the word? Augment it enough to close. So like not a true repair, but because the Doc Martens shoebox that I've been using as a toolbox has definitely seen its better days. So yeah, I found that on the curb, like, I don't know, like Friday after I was getting back home. And like I said, it's definitely seen better days. It doesn't latch on its own. So but I've also got a couple of ideas that I can try to and it's not like the Doc Marten shoebox that I've been using for years. Oh God. Yeah. About a decade now to you know, like as my de facto toolbox. That obviously that does not latch, right? It's a shoebox. So it does not latch. Clearly this is not a deal breaker for me, having a toolbox that doesn't completely latch. So all I need is something that will contain my tools. So, okay, this is, you know what? This. Okay, first off, like, why is the Singing Nun in my box of records that I most often take to goth DJ gigs, but it probably won't give me a copy strike. Those are 12-inch, what's it called, singles, and NXS. That's it. Wait. Okay, I do have this one. Oh, you know what? This is probably gonna copy strike me, but um, um, yeah, if you've watched me on Threads, which is like where I'm gravitating to do Twitter-like microblogging, this may not. Okay, first, this is another question. Like, why is this in my goth box? But Soviet Army Chorus and Band. Why do I have this? I don't remember. Is this let's see, 1960 Parliament recordings? Um, is this just something that I found? I don't know. I've got a lot of stuff that I like get at junk shops that just seem like goddamn brilliant because, well, you know, like that it's just so obscure and like, where the hell am I going to see something like this again? Oh, you know what? Oh shit, yeah. Ron Rude reached out and sent this to me. Okay, I think I want to play this one tonight. And oh, this is a cherry red. I mean, it's an old one. Hey, no more than 99p. That's nice. Yeah, it's 1982 cherry red comp, but I think they're pretty good on claiming copyrights. Then again, like, it's not going to be like the especially like, I don't think they do the especially what's it called, exploitative, copyright claiming. So at least I think that's the case. Okay, so let's have that one for stuff I can play tonight. Figures on a beach. Oh shit. How long have I had this one? I forget. Like, I'm looking for like all the obscure stuff right now. I love this. Let's see. I have absolutely no recollection of this, but I remember that I have it because I was like really excited about them for a while after I like rediscovered them. Yeah, no Monty Python stuff. That's gonna, and plus like Gilliam is kind of a dickhead. Elena Lovitch. Ooh, psychedelic furs. That reminds me, my friend Jen was like my first solid birthday wishes today. That was great. I love her. We used to talk a whole lot more than we have this last couple of years. I mean, just like she seems to have been like just kind of like gravitating away from like doing much social media beyond like her own music promo and stuff. So yeah, I can do some Romeo Void. Wait, do I have the other Romeo Void? If I do, why is it not? I'm pretty sure I have the other Romeo Void. Oh shit. I love this album so much. I'm pretty sure they would, but you know what? I love them. I'll take it. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Especially, oh, you know what? I can, let's, do I want to start with amino acids? Which amino acids are one of those bands where they are harder to find. They're definitely in the, like in the broader punk, grouping. They're definitely have a broader punk, sensibility, let's say. Obviously they are a subgenius band. But like I usually describe them to people as subgenius theremin surf punk. Think about that, won't you? They're a Detroit band. I can't remember if they're still active or if they only or if they only get back together for subgenius devivals. Oh shit! 92 out of 500. I got this at a show. I got this at one of their shows. I think it was their first show of theirs that I saw. I'm now at a. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, no. Bella Morte was not playing this. Oh wait, no. I saw Bella Morte at Convergence 24 in Detroit. The one where I brought Worst X. So yeah, I've oh yeah. The last time I saw Bella Morte, it now has was the time that officially broke the tie between Bella Morte and Amino Acids on which band I've seen most. And whenever I see Bella Morte, I throw panties for them. Because I did it once. The which would have been the second or third time I saw them, which was when I was briefly living in Chicago for part of the summer the first part of the summer that I ended up spending the rest of in Charlottesville. So yeah, it was like the second or third time that I saw them, and like people, like even like yeah, so like when it like started breaching upon like 10 years after that, like people would still like occasionally like find me like on instant messenger, and or like see me like on or like leave a comment on my live journal or something and just like ask, hey, aren't you the guy who threw panties for Bella Morte that one time? And at that point I was just like, fine. This is just what I do for Bella whenever I see Bella Morte now. I am the one who throws panties for Bella Morte. This is just my purpose in life at this point. Okay. I don't think there's anything. Oh wait, you know what? I want to take this out because there's a couple ones on there that I kind of want to play. Yeah, stiff baiters. I mentioned I started going on about so Threads. So I'm on Threads more. Yeah, I post on Threads more than I do on Twitter, and I still do a fair amount of, I'd say, replies on Twitter. I still check Twitter about every other day. But I'm really disappointed with Twitter for a number of reasons. I'm sure this number of reasons is in the area of all the ones anybody watching this might be able to think of. Yes, I threw my leather jacket on top of a stack of boxes because, like I said, I'm about 60% still unpacked. And yes, I've been here in this apartment since the last week of February. As I said about like 20 minutes ago, I've been very depressed. So let's see. Oh, wait, no. We've got more mod stuff in here. Ooh. Oh, wait, no. Okay, so this album is out of print, but I believe all of them are, I think all of them like have master tapes on Tidal in some form or another. Oh, wait, no. The whole album itself is on Tidal in like master tapes, so I'm like, that'll be like kind of, oh, shit. Covers musician era John Mellencamp. And this is a reissue. This is a Rhino reissue under his legal name, before completely dropping the Cougar. This is another Rhino reissue, but of that same era of John Mellencamp. Wait, no, this is the first one that's got some original. That's like got mostly originals. Okay, needless to say, I enjoy John Mellencamp, and I am not ashamed of this, obviously. Ooh. Okay, yeah, I knew when I started looking through this bag that it was going to be the one that's like all of like my mod night DJ. Well, ooh. Oh wait, no. Oh, I've okay, this is another band that I've seen live only once, but yeah, they are indie enough that I definitely want to spread the word, and I'm probably not going to get any, like, Whoa. Oh, Hazy Fantasy. That's a bit kid. Oh. No. That's like I don't think I've even played that on my old show. Ooh, Gene Loves Jezebel. I still like. I would give my left nut for a Gene Loves Jezebel reality show where like you spring the Aston brothers on each other, like you like surprise spring them on each other, and I don't know why. I think I would love that. I think I really want to see that. I know Billy has like every so often I will like make a Facebook post or something about that, and Billy will respond to like he definitely responded to it the first time. Wait, no, there's goth stuff in here too. What the hell? Okay, Classics Nouveau. I don't know. I'm not really feeling it. That's right. Oh shit. Oh wait. Okay, yeah. All right, we've got the 12-inch. I do want to, I'm going to put this on Church of No Return. Like, yeah, I'm a proper Roz Williams fanboy. Yeah, Roz Williams lineup is the only, like, real version of Christian death. I will sometimes belligerently refer to the Valor Khan-fronted years as, like, sin and sacrifice. Because, like, according to legend, that's what the band name was going to be changed to. In fact, like, in spite of, like, the various constantly changing lies that Valor will give, which have morphed over the years into saying that, oh, yeah, Roz gave him complete authority to use the band name. I'm like, there are literal, like, you can go onto Discogs and see that there is a succession of 12 inches that were released after Roz left the band, under slightly different, under a succession of different band names. The first, which, obviously is not Church of No Return, because this song is a fucking banger. I don't care. Like, I will play this at most of the goth DJ gigs I still get, because this song's a goddamn banger. It's one of the best danceable gothic rock songs that was ever recorded, which, let's be honest, Roz didn't do a whole lot of like truly danceable gothic rock or, death rock, which, like stylistically, death rock and gothic rock are like, oh my God. Mephisto Waltz is the one that I always bring up when I'm talking to people about how like, no, like death rock is not so much a distinct genre as it is a local variation of gothic rock. Like, and Mephisto Waltz is kind of proof of this. Like Mephisto Waltz, and to a lesser degree Voodoo Church, who were like, early mid 80s death rock bands from LA, but like Mephisto Waltz especially sounds virtually indistinguishable from the same like stylistical origins of to gothic rock as the Leeds bands, which would be like the three major Leeds bands: Sisters of Mercy, March Violets, Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry. Like they're most, especially the early, even the early years of Mephisto Waltz, but like especially like later 80s and 90s years of Mephisto Waltz, stylistically indistinguishable from the Leeds bands who, came about at the same time on the other hemisphere of the planet. So tell me again how death rock is a distinct genre from goth, a distinct subgenre of gothic music from gothic rock, when like, like all of the lists compiled by anybody who knows anything about the early goth scene in the 80s, will include Mephisto Waltz and Voodoo Church amongst the LA death rock bands. But again, Mephisto Waltz, and to a lesser degree Voodoo Church, sounds stylistically indistinguishable from the Leeds school of gothic rock. So again, tell me what then makes death rock anything more than a local variant of gothic rock that and I say local, but it's kind of become a bit global thanks to Bloody Dead and Sexy, especially. But like, how is death rock anything more than than an initially local stylistic variant from the gothic rock, like genre formula, right? It's not distinct. It's not a distinct subgenre of goth music. It's not. And referring to it as such is stupid. It's just stupid. There's no other way to say it but that it's stupid. And anybody who takes, like, nobody can make a solid argument about why it's somehow, distinct enough to be considered its own subgenre of goth music. Like, no, like, nobody makes anything more than a circular argument to that effect. Nobody. I've never seen a damn person make anything like make a non-circular argument. And the best argument that I've seen in favor of death rock as a distinct subgenre of goth music, that is distinct enough from gothic rock to be, considered distinct, right? Like anything, to consider it meaningfully distinct enough from gothic rock, basically comes down to, pointing to bands like Bloody Dead and Sexy, or oh shit, what's the other one that I didn't like quite as much? But basically pointing to bands like Bloody Dead and Sexy, just for the most prominent example that I absolutely love. Bloody Dead and Sexy, no, it's like hands down it is. Brain fart. Last Days of Jesus. I think, are they Serbian? They're somehow Eastern Bloc. Or Last Days of Jesus, Bloody Dead and Sexy. Granted, Last Days of Jesus have been around a lot longer than Bloody Dead and Sexy. It all comes down to an argument of, these are the bands that, they listen to Christian Death's Only Theater of Pain and just musically masturbate furiously, and they make an album out of it. Okay, so then it's a micro genre, so it's a micro genre within the gothic rock idiom. That's all that argument really is supported. That's all that argument really supports, is that it is at best a micro genre within a gothic rock idiom, because it's just no, there is no. It's kind of like my whole rant that I go on when I say that post-punk is not a genre, and I will fight people over this because it's not. Post-punk is, first off, most of the bands that it's been applied to, it's been applied to retroactively. At the very least, with goth rock, we can point to this being a term associated with an embryonic, let's say with an embryonic, then embryonic subgenre of, the post-punk, within the post-punk an embryonic genre within the post-punk movement, that we can point to two reviews in the music press, and I forget which albums they were specifically, but it was of Susie Sue and Joy Division, I think within a year of each other. And, you were already seeing a subculture form around, bands in that general style within the post-punk movement. So it's we can point to something, about how gothic rock was already being identified at the time. It was an emerging subculture, that around associated musicians, right? So like I said, we can point to something concrete with saying gothic rock is a thing as a genre within the post-punk movement. But This is my thing. Why I go on, sometimes to, great annoyance of anybody within earshot or reading me going off on the internet about something. Post-punk is not a genre. Post-punk is a, first off, like every band or album or song that the term post-punk has been applied to as if it is a meaningful genre, it's all been way retroactive. Whereas, like I said, like we saw the term gothic rock being used at the time, around, to describe, the music that an embryonic subculture was forming around. But post-punk is a term that has been largely applied retroactively. So you can't even say it's a distinct subculture. No, it was a movement. It was a movement that was a direct reaction against, and this is why, like, I kind of get like rules lawyery around definitions sometimes, but, thankfully at my age, I've learned when to let it go. And reactionary is not, it doesn't necessarily imply conservatism. It just implies that there is something that a person is reacting against, right? And I mean, yeah, a lot of the most rabid reactionary political pundits are conservative, for example, but reactionary can also, have a, a completely neutral, like it can even be like a positive in terms of, like left-wing and counterculture movements, and most counterculture movements are at least associated with left-wing political movements. And, oh yeah, this won't get me a thing. I'm not going to play all of these, but I'm just looking. Oh, she's local. She's local. It's not gonna copy snipe me. So yeah, I definitely want to play some of her. She's great. And she and I, like every time we run into each other, we talk about like, okay, like maybe we could do something together musically. But then like shit happens and the music does not happen yet, but it could happen. It could happen. Like I'm in a more stable spot. But you know what? I don't think this is gonna copy snipe me. And if it does, I will gladly be copy sniped because I goddamn love Rip Rick and Panic. Which one do I want to play? Because like I only want to get out like one from most of the stuff I'm looking through. But yeah, so like post-punk was a reactionary movement against the swift commercialization of punk as an emergent subculture. Now, a lot of people like make very thorough arguments about the formation of punk as a subculture that, significantly predates, granted, all within the 1970s, but still significantly predates the punk rock explosion of 1977. Granted, like it happened within like, the span of 76 to 78 when like the rapid commercialization of punk just like hit everybody like a brick. And, like through like business people, goddamn business people, Malcolm McLaren and Vivian Westwood. And, so like, that's why a lot of people believe like, oh, well, punk came from London. And then there's like people like, well, the Ramones made the album like before the Sex Pistols and punk came from New York. They're both wrong. Punk came from Detroit. And I have a lot of very thorough arguments to back this up. Well, I mean, yeah, punk came from Metro Detroit. That's just a fact of reality. And there are a number of pretty solid historical artifacts, like even like within the music press, that as a form of a historical artifact that says that, yes, punk came from Metro Detroit. Like as a genre, punk came from Metro Detroit and more broadly speaking, the Great Lakes region, because, Rocket from the Tombs formed in Cleveland in like 1973. Rocket from the Tombs. You want to know why you've probably heard the name Rocket from the Tombs? That's because like, like the band kind of like split up after the drummer met Stiv Bators and yeah, Stiv Bators. This is coming full circle to when I was sitting over there and sorting out records that I might have wanted to play. So it's like, like the singer of Rocket from the Tombs, sick, and rather than have their I think it was their guitarist would usually take over vocals. Like the drummer had just met Stiv Bators, and it was Cheetah. No, wait, no, was Cheetah Chrome in Rocket from the Tombs? I'm not remembering right now. But like the drummer had met Stiv Bators like somewhat recently and invited him to come on stage and sing for Rocket from the Tombs because the usual singer was out sick. But like they wanted to. The rest of the guys like really needed to keep the gig and get paid. So, usually the guitarist would take over vocals, but like I said, the drummer had, somewhat recently, not too long before that, met Stiv Bators and invited him to come up and sing for Rocket from the Tombs. And not too long after, so needless to say, this caused a bit of a rift. The original singer of Rocket from the Tombs was actually like really pissy about it. Like everything I've read about it says like he was a bit more pissy than seemed reasonable. So the band like literally split. Like it divided pretty much down the center. Half the band went on to half of the original lineup of Rocket from the Tombs went on to form the I often see them described as art punk, both long after the actually they're still technically active as a band, but also early in their career, as recording artists, Para Ubu, Para, like the French for father, and I forget what the hell Ubu means. But, Para Ubu, Cleveland-based, at least originally, I think they might have moved out of the Great Lakes region. But Para Ubu was like half of Rocket from the Tombs. The other half of Rocket from the Tombs, Dead Boys. So, I'm sorry, punk comes from the Great Lakes region, mainly Metro Detroit, in part Ohio. Like, there are a goddamn shit ton. Akron bands. And yes, I know I've gone on about Danderson and Kel Doja's stream before, and definitely in my stream earlier this year. And I just can't get into I'm apparently really late to a lot of the current lol cows. Not really late. I came in about halfway through the Danderson arc. Emergency! There's a celebrity in the mental hospital. Please spread the news. But so that's a thing with Danderson, which honestly, it's for the best. I hope it's one of the better hospitals so that he actually gets treatment and care, because yes, even with all of the evidence that he's kind of a horrible person who should definitely be away from, be off the streets, and especially away from children, that doesn't mean I think he needs to be abused, right? He's clearly incompetent to stand trial and participate in his own defense. And he's now the charges have been put on pause basically. And he's been sent to a mental institution in Colorado until he is deemed fit enough to, stand trial and participate in his own defense. I mentioned the Akron bands, and so, but it's I learned about Cyrax not too long after I learned about Danderson, and that was only not too long, within the first week or two after the first episode of the Kusari documentary dropped, which I think was just a little over a year ago now. Maybe this one. But speaking of Akron, it's I know about Cyrax, but Cyrax is apparently watching Cyrax have stuff go down with Cyrax only makes sense if you know about everything else that came before it, and this has been going on for years with that guy. And again, there are many arguments to support the notion that he is indeed a terrible person who should definitely not be around teenagers. And definitely needs somebody watching him, full time. But yeah, he's in Ohio. I'm from Ohio originally, and born and raised until like the age of 12. But it's like, I don't know. Because there's like so much lore to bring anything Cyrax does or says into context, and therefore, either seem funny or at least make sense. I don't know. I don't want to put in that much time. It's like the David Tennant seasons of Doctor Who, where it's like I started watching halfway through like all of it, and I was getting pissed off because I had no idea what the hell was going on. Which it's like, okay, I mean, Tennant is definitely nice to look at. Oh wait, now this is a 12-inch. Yeah, I'll go with the other one. I love God, but there's not enough bangers that I think would keep the crafting flow going. So anyway, Akron bands. You want to know when the hell Devo formed? And yes, it's Devo, not Devo. It's Devo. You want to know when they formed? 1973, after the Kent State, shooting. So, like I said, punk rock, and yeah, people are, oh, Devo's not punk. Devo's new wave, and no, their early stuff is definitely Yeah, they make a plain use of synthesizers. You can argue that they are, the earliest form of synth punk, and yes, they, their later music, after, I want to say, no, not, shit, I'm brain farting. The one after Are We Not Men? Ah, crap. I've got that. I've got all of Devo. But anyway, Devo, like I said, they formed 1973. You can make the argument that their Stiff Records EP, Are We Not Men, and Duty Now for the Future. You can argue that those are some of the earliest examples of what would become known as synth punk, along with the band S Side. So like I said, you can make an argument that Devo is early synth punk, but no, people who were there at the time when Devo first formed, they're a punk band. They're a punk band to people who were there watching Devo from the beginning. Devo's a punk band. No, it's all right. I've got mostly goth stuff in here now, or at least stuff that I often add to the, Gene loves just. Oh shit! You know what? I wanna. There's shit. Oh yeah, there's more on this one that I like than. I mean, I love Gene Loves Jezebel. I really do. Yeah, they seldom perform in the Welsh language, but they are a Welsh band. Oh shit! I have 2 copies of Rumors. How the hell did that happen? Well, this one's unopened, so eBay! I think I just... What the hell? I think I just, wait. Oh, okay, this is odd. I think I picked up a reissue, thinking I'd long sold my other one. Okay, that makes sense anyway. And if it turns out that they're both reissues, I'm gonna be very upset with myself. But eBay! Anyway, so yeah, no. Everybody on the New York versus London argument of punk, if you take either of those sides, you're just definitionally wrong. You are objectively, observably wrong. For starters, the first band to be described by a member of the music press as punk rockers, ? and the Mysterians, 1964, Flint, Michigan. Yes, where there is lead in the water, because that's how punk they are. And more to the point, ? and the Mysterians, Latin American. All of them. I mean, okay, maybe not the current lineup. Question Mark is still around, and yes, he legally changed his name to Question Mark because that's how punk he is. But yeah, now, yeah, okay, I will grant that if you were part of the punk scene in London or New York, like as a teenager or very young 20-something in the late 70s, and like this was all you knew of the punk, of the punk subculture at the time, like, yes, that is punk to that is where punk came from to you, right? And that is fair. Like, personal experience is valid, but it's also not the same as objective fact. And objective fact says punk came out of Metro Detroit, and a bit more broadly, very, very shortly after its introduction in Detroit. And I'm not counting Question Mark and the Mysterians as like punk in the same sense as like the Stooges and MC5 would later, be massive influences on the punk genre. But they were indeed the first band to be described by a member of the music press as punk rockers, and that was in 1964 when they were still in Flint, Michigan, and I think Question Mark is like based out of San Francisco now, but yeah, like Latin American, and when you look at Question Mark, especially, and when you look at the original lineup, or the first lineup to be on record anyway, I don't know like how many members they might have switched out early on, but like when you look at the original recorded lineup of Question Mark and Mysterians, especially Question Mark himself now, it's very clear that not only are they Latin American, but they have indigenous background in their Latin American ethnicity, right? And that's another thing, is like, like I'm not Latin American, but I also understand like why a lot of people will get into come down very strongly on their belief that Latin American is not a race, it is an ethnicity. And okay, this one is not on Tidal, but I've had, I love Andy Preboy, so it'll be worth it if it gets copy sniped. Where are they going? So yeah, like, what the hell? All of my DeVoe is not together. You know what? I really want to play from this, but at the same time, me just singing Sweet Home Under White Clouds on my old balcony at the old apartment, that got copy sniped, and I cannot appeal it for some reason. And it's just me a cappella singing Sweet Home Under White Clouds. And like it's like complete like copy sniped and locked, and I cannot appeal it. So like I want to play from Virgin Prunes, but like I only fairly recently discovered that, and it's kind of pissing me off. Ooh. Oh, that's right. So yeah, like I said, like there is a distinct succession of cultural artifact showing that like punk as a distinct subgenre of rock music, and therefore the subculture that came up around it. Metro Detroit and Metro Detroit and Ohio. Metro Detroit and Ohio, specifically Cleveland and Akron areas. Like no. This is where punk comes from. Punk comes from here, like around me. Not too far from here is the shooting location in Ypsilanti, where Nico and members of the Stooges, including Iggy Pop, shot one of the earliest, one of the earliest music videos that was like along the same, lines as like, say, Michael Jackson's Thriller, right? Where like it wasn't just a promotional video. It wasn't just like a promotional video with like, the band mugging and, clips of them playing live. It was like the first music video, the first narrative music video, right? Where like the song was like basically like part of the story that was being told through the visuals, right? And so like that is not only considered like one of the earliest like narrative form music videos, but like Nico often cited like as like proto-goth in the sense that like not only can you hear not only was she described as such when like it started with the Marble Index. Chelsea Girl was when she was still blonde, and it's considered kind of an oddity. It's a bit more along the lines of like like the mellower stuff. She did with Blood Underground, but but then what? Wait a second, dude. Damn it. I have 2 copies of this too. How the hell did that happen? Okay, eBay. That's that's fun for me to learn. Okay. Anyway, as he began several times before, that will get me copy smashed. That maybe. Oh wait, no, that's not so good. Okay, I can't play that one because that'll get me like struck on language. But you know what? Okay. So anyway, where was I going with this? So yeah, like the whole punk comes from New York. No, punk comes from London. No, you're both wrong. Punk comes from Metro Detroit. Like both like in terms of how the music press described them, the Stooges early on were described as punk. MC5, I mean, granted, their sound deviated a bit from like what would like MC5 had an entire career that was both influential on punk, but at the same time was kind of like Christian Death's Only Theater of Pain in that it it stood out from the rest of the genre in such a clear and distinct way that I don't like that mix of that one. That it essentially like spawned off its own genre of sorts. Like you can hear the influence of MC5 on bands like AC. Oh my gosh, that's why AC/DC has gotten recommended in similar bands on Tidal when I'm like playing something by the Ramones, and you scroll down, like much like Spotify, and it'll like give recommended bands to play from there. And AC/DC comes up a lot when I'm listening to like classic mid to late 70s punk. But yeah, like you can hear the influence of MC5 in of MC5 in the music of AC/DC. That's right. I've got both versions of that. I don't remember what the hell's on the vinyl version. Ooh, that's right. I really love this album. Wait, no, this is the first one. Okay. Wait, why did I think it was Dreams for the Dying? Oh wait, no, Tears for the Dying is Adra's band. Okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, this is the first one. Okay. I was writing a bit on the Goth Wiki earlier today on the bus because apparently that's what I do when I'm bored on the bus now. Where do I want to play from that? Ooh, wait. Please tell me where. Shit. But yeah, and like I understand why there are some people who are very passionate about like the New York v. Doing artsy fartsy stuff, which I love. Don't get me wrong, but sometimes I'm just like, what the hell, dude? Then what was I saying? Oh, right. Oh shit. I don't want to fuck around with the CD player right now, but what the? Mrs. Miller. No, I'm not gonna do that. Oh, no. Alice is gonna get me. I think. What the hell is that there for? Kind of Zymox? I don't know. Maybe not. No, Water Body's gonna get me a thing. But yeah. So like I said, I can understand why people are passionate about, like, their, the schools of. I really don't like that record. No, that's gonna get me a thing. So yeah, like I understand, I understand why people are very passionate on, like, New York v. London punk. Depending, like, they're distinct schools of punk rock, but you can also, you can also hear that they are clearly within the same genre as the Detroit and Ohio bands. Like, they're clearly within the same genre as the Detroit and Ohio bands. They're just, they each have their own sounds. It's a, like, less of a style and more of a school of, punk, like Detroit techno, right? It's like distinct enough that it's very seldom considered, its own full genre, full different genre of techno. But, like, I've seen people, like, throw around the term subgenre or microgenre, right? So it's like, it's distinct, but it's not distinct enough. So that's why I get a little bit, like, nitpicky sometimes about this kind of thing. But and why do I get nitpicky? Well, not just because, like, it's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it can be fun to nitpick sometimes, but also because it's like, I read so much, and I have very good recall memory for things that I read. And so, but like most people with ADHD, my working memory is, like, basically useless. I mean, the channel How to ADHD did a really good video that breaks down, like, how working memory affects people with ADHD. And no, oh, that's different. She used the metaphor, or I guess, like, simile of so, like, like, think. Oh, hey, I do have their first one. No, I mean, that's gonna get me copy struck. Well, okay, not their first one. Wait, what the? Okay. For some reason, I thought it looked like it had been broken, like Gene Belcher's. Okay. It's okay. I do have myself a copy of that one. So it's like their first title one, Fleetwood Mac. Because why? I goddamn love Stevie Nicks. Goths love Stevie Nicks more than goths love Enya, and goths freaking love Enya. Anyway, where was I going? So yeah, like it's fun to nitpick at times, and like I said, like, I have such good recall memory for stuff that I read and hear about. Like, so, like, basically, like, if you feed me information in the form of words, which comes in handy. It does help me learn songs very easily. There's the rest of my Devo. Oh, that's right. He's local. So, like, this is one that I bring to my to my Mod Revival DJ gigs. Anton James. He was Detroit based. What year was this? So yeah, like, one of the solid but relatively rare. Goddamn, I'm not seeing a year on the back of this one. I don't care enough right now to look at the label and remind myself. All right, so let's see. There's the rest of my Defoe. It's backward. No. Okay, New Traditionalists, Freedom of Choice. Yep, Duty Now for the Future. Okay. I don't know why I brain farted so hard on the title to this album. Okay, this is the last bag of records. So yeah, like this, and the other two in the other bag are oh, these are good ones. Like I said, I'm probably not going to get to all of them. Butt stuff. Anyway, and butt stuff. But yeah, regardless of what anybody's told you before, punk comes out of Detroit and Ohio, within like a couple of years of each other. And yes, you can hear that these are clearly the same genre. Granted, you know, a different school of punk rock, especially punk rock of the 70s. But they came so much earlier than the New York or the London bands, you know, like the big, you know, major such bands. So, so that's how that works. And yeah, I'm gonna play this because, like I said, it's a goddamn banger. It is literally one of the best, truly danceable gothic rock songs. And that's how I got on a tangent about punk and how it comes out of Detroit. And it doesn't matter if people want to agree with me on that or not. It's just a fact. It's an objective fact, and you are welcome to disagree. Okay, that's the B-side mix. The endured mix. So yeah, like, you're welcome to disagree. It's just like disagreement on where punk comes from be wrong. Because like I said, like there's like legit cultural artifacts that point to, yes, punk comes out of Metro Detroit and Ohio within just a couple years of each other. Like, this song's a banger. I want to wash my hands, get the stuff that I left in there. Maybe sweep up a little bit. I'm going to turn this up a little bit. This might copy snipe me, but hopefully not strike. Because Church of No Return, like I said, solid fucking song. Oh, that's right. It's a 12-inch single. This needs to be on 45. Oops. God damn it, do I need a new belt? DC Servo Belter, son of a bitch. Yeah, I might need a new belt. You know what? Yeah, I need a new belt, son of a bitch. Either, hopefully just a new belt. God, wait, it was playing on 33 fine the other day. Son of a bitch. All right. I don't know who's in chat right. All right, we've got 2 people in the audience right now. At least one on YouTube. Oh, shit. Because if I don't make a note, I'm likely to forget to get a hold of my friend who works at the stereo store in Detroit. And all right, let me because yeah, it was playing on 33 during the stream when I was doing my I was putting together that bookshelf. It's playing on 33 fine. All right, here's one that I know by the back of my hand. So, all right, I turned it back to 33. All right, Andy Creeboy, take my goddamn royalty money. Yeah, 33 sounds fine. Okay. Yeah, 33 sounds fine. What the shit? Oh, okay. I'm high in Jesus. I went for lens and I visited the shrine. I cracked for all those field fans, so quick they grow. I spun up the example to destroy what I love most. And I remain on the far side of crazy. I remain the mortal enemy of man. No $100 can save me. Can't step on in no man's land. Please tell me this is not caffeinated. Okay, immune support, antioxidant, vitamin E. Okay, it's not caffeinated. I have to strictly limit my caffeine intake after 8 p.m. because I am old. As Keffels has described a number of times, not all stimulants are equal. And I know she said that she can't get a damn thing done on Crystal, but she's actually productive on the major ADHD meds. So, and yeah, like I know caffeine is obviously different from street drugs, but yeah, it affects me differently than my prescriptions. Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Hey, this has been on since last night. Oh wait, no, this is slightly slow, but not as bad as the not as bad as 45. What the? Okay, now this is running slightly slow, but not as bad as putting it on 45. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put in a I'm gonna have to check with Charles, because he suggested that I can come to him for because he loves my old Quasar, and I know he's mentioned that I can come to him for any when he was helping me move my furniture, and he was saying that I can come to him with anything I want to say about repairs and shit. Wait, it is 11:45, and I have not seen Keldosh. Did Keldosh tease me? Wait. Oh, Keldosh is in my Discord right now. Okay. Looking for Dono link. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, stupid keyboard. All right, there's 9 people in my Discord online. Why is nobody coming? Why is nobody coming to watch me debase myself for spare change? Hello, Nigel. Okay, so hey, baby boy. Hi. Hello, Nigel. Hi. Yes, everybody sees your rear. Hey, honey. I love you. Seriously? Okay. Fine. Don't snuggle with me.
Hello, Phoebe. I love you too. Yes.
Are you going to be annoying? Probably. I talk to my cats like this even when there's not an audience of 2 people. Hello. Ed. And she said, this business of love will never do. Not for me and not for you. This business of love will never die. Not for you and not for I. This business of love will never do. Okay, these work. Not for you.
Hi. What's up, Miss Missy?
Okay, so see where it went. Share the time we spent. Gotta get straight, gotta get bent. This stupid heart is worth about 10 cents. Okay, so okay, I'm gonna rig up something with command strips to oh wait. I have okay. Here's the time we spent. Straight, gotta get bent. It's too big hard. It's worth about 10 cents. Okay. Seriously? Okay. Basket of hooks. Basket of strips. Alright. Here we go. Yeah. I remember our faded love. I remember. Oh. Okay, this is. Yeah, I think this is a belt issue. Son of a bitch. And I think this is a belt issue because, um, oh, I've seen this kind of thing before, and sometimes it's a matter of just letting it play a little bit longer, but it seems to be getting slightly worse as I let it play longer. Okay, we'll I know a quick I know I'm doing a trick right now that can sometimes tighten a loose turntable belt in a pinch. Okay. Okay, because that was yeah, no, this is still shit. Okay. Okay, well, let's see then. All right, well, that was all right, we're gonna be playing. I'm gonna be playing this bedroom witch tape that that Sepher sent me. Okay, switch to tape deck. As I said, the when I was streaming and doing the bookcase, one of the sides of my tape deck does not work. Okay, I found the side that works. Okay. Okay, the tape deck motor sounds fine, just it's also really quiet, so I think this is either a speaker issue, which it might be. Because I know I have to turn it way up to get much sound out of the turntable. And it may also be part in how this is mixed, which it just sounds badly mixed in addition to whatever's up with my speakers right now. Okay. All right, I'm gonna message my hi-fi friend to just so I won't forget later. Okay, I am debasing. Hi, Phoebe. Myself for a complete absence high spare change on my live stream, but I will need help with my stereo. The turntable is being a whiny, not shiny, little bitch. Okay. So, wait. Okay, there's... Alright, Okay. I want to get that. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, as you can tell from the lighting at the top of my front room walls behind me, I love sticking fairy lights all over shit. I do. I love sticking fairy lights all over shit. I have plans to stick fairy lights all over my bedroom as well. I like the softer lighting. It's easier on my eyes, which is why I like finding decent lighting that is not a ring light for when I'm streaming from the laptop is a priority for me. Hi. Hello, Phoebe. Are you trying to be helpful? No. Okay. Wait, what the hell? Okay. What the hell? Why did my screen try and... why did my screen go black for a second? That is not fun. That is not fun for me. Okay. Anyway, as I began several times before, I like to take fairy lights all over shit. Oh, this is in the wrong direction. You know what? Yeah, that can still work. I mean, it's going to be... I mean, the main reason you want the tabs is for when you want to move them. And frankly, I spend way more money on these than I would like to. So, like, not removing them until absolutely necessary is kind of something I'd like to do. Okay, so first I want to stick the lights all over the oh wait, no, this is the better way to do it. First I want to wrap the lights all around the goddamn shelf so that it's gonna have a nice soft effect after I put flowers all over it. And of course, we've got all of this long-ass shit. And of course, I unwrapped it like way sooner than necessary. Because I'm a dumbass with ADHD. Anyway, I've learned to live with it. All right. So of course we got all this long shit because, like, I'm sure many people are not going to do something like this with it, but, I mean, hell, in that curio cabinet that I have, that the person who, from Facebook who, thankfully did not, declined payment after after helping me move shit from the intermediary apartment to the storage unit. The door on that broke because they got ready to move it before I was able to secure the door, and so it just literally fell open and the glass shattered, and so now I am going to be using it as a DVD shelf. But it's still got fairy lights all up in the inside because that is the original cabinet that I had for all of the art that I wanted safe from cats. So, okay, here we go. All right, now we've got the little spangly bits. All right. Now, I'm not exactly sure what all I want to put on this little shelf right now, but I do know I want it in the bedroom, which is why the floral that I've got for it is in purple. Because my bedroom's in purple, the color scheme I want for the front room is blue and teal. Kitchen is going to be red and gray and white, because my grandmother apparently controls my thoughts from beyond the grave. Best X knows that. Now, the reason I blame my grandmother for why my kitchen is in red is because my grandmother, when she lived in London and first met my Tashow, my granddad from Cornwall, she wrapped bars at Cadbury. But when she and Tashow moved in with, I believe it was a cousin of his, in Ohio, Toledo to be specific, in 39, late 39, I think. Yeah, late 39, just after the Blitz. I have a great uncle on my I have a regular uncle on my mother's side who died in childhood because of debris inhalation, because he got a bad case of asthma that was inherited from my Tashow side. So, anyway, lots of childhood deaths in my family. But, you go far back enough in anybody's family, there's going to be a lot of infant and childhood, and, there's going to be a lot of juvenile mortality because, that's how things were before vaccines and the childhood vaccine schedule. And, I understand people who want to space them out. I think in most cases, spacing them out a little bit more than the recommended schedule is not going to be the worst thing in the world. But if your child is that one case in that maybe the uncommon one, but do you really want to do that, right? So it's I don't know, it's especially if there's not a legit medical concern for why you would space out the vaccine schedule. But anyway, where was I going? So yeah, my Grandmary. So after they moved to Toledo, Grandmary started working at the Coca-Cola bottling plant in Toledo, and she loved her job, and she went a little bit crazy after they basically forced her to retire, all but kicking and screaming. But anyway, so yeah, so a lot of the girls who would be like working on the assembly line, very Laverne and Shirley style, like on the like bottle capping, devices and all that, right? Like a lot of the tribe, like it was in relatively close proximity to where the drivers would pick up. So like where the truck drivers would come pick up an order of Coca-Cola to go like ship out, to the stores. Ooh, that is pretty. Like stores and restaurants, and so like Coca-Cola was always like really got into branding stuff, and so like even with like local mom and pop stops, in the 30s and 40s, they would like, really like urge, like an exclusive, not all of the places like put in an exclusive stuff, but if you were willing to sign like, like an exclusive, to exclusively serve Coca-Cola at your place, you would often get, offered to, like your restaurant, like they would offer to like sell you at a relatively low price, definitely one that was competitive with like other restaurant supply wholesalers for stuff like what the hell? Stuff like the little like straw canisters, you pick them up and the straws just kind of like fan out a little bit, or like napkin dispensers and what else? Some, like sometimes even like furniture pieces, right? And so, but of course, like, Coke, even in the 40s and, definitely going into the 50s, loved their branding of stuff. And so, like when they'd come out with like newer versions of stuff like, of stuff like counter stools for the diners and napkin holders and stuff. They would say like, "Hey, just we'll send you out new stuff," and then like the drivers would be directed to pick up the old stuff. When delivering the new Coca-Cola branded like counter stools and stuff, and the Coca-Cola branded like napkin holders and stuff. But like this was stuff that was made like exclusively for restaurants. And of course, like because it was like the 40s and 50s, they would often just like, tell the drivers to, like if it for some reason it's like too damaged to bring back to, to like bring back to the, the drop off point for stuff like that. If it's too damaged to do that, just toss it, right? But like, and this was something that is just like kind of like an open secret. Like a lot of times the drivers just maybe part of it was just like for the consumption of gasoline, because like even though gas was like far more cheap and plentiful, gasoline was far more cheap and plentiful in the 40s and 50s. I mean, just look at the like family sedans people would drive that were just like land ships, right? But you're driving a big rig truck, you're still going to be a little bit concerned about diesel consumption. So because like that adds a little bit of extra weight. Like even smaller stuff, when you have enough of it, it's just like, okay, well I can get a little bit better mileage to the gallon, if I unload this to the girls at the bottling plant, right? Because a lot of them were, like either in, capping bottles on the line in the 40s and 50s. This was, often like a young woman job. Young women like 17 through like 25 or so. A lot of them would, be either relatively newly married, like first few years of marriage, if not like straight up newlyweds, or engaged and planning to get married. So, the drivers would often just be like, "Hey, does anybody like want to buy some of these for cheap?" So like the equivalent of like what would be like like $5-10 for stuff, like per stool, like in today's money, right? Even in today's money, the equivalent for okay, maybe not that drastic, but something that would definitely be like much cheaper than they would be able to get like similar items from Woolworths or Sears or whatever. No, like the drivers would sell like Coca-Cola licensed merchandise that was exclusive to that Coca-Cola licensed exclusively to diners and restaurants. The Coca-Cola truck drivers would sell it to the girls at the bottling plants, who would be like working on the line somewhere, for relatively cheap prices, like very cheap prices. And so like my Grand Mary ended up like the kitchen, like even by the time I was a kid in the 80s, the kitchen was completely decked out in Coca-Cola stuff, like including like promotional posters that that often were ordered to be destroyed, but like a lot of the drivers knew that like the girls on the assembly line would just like they'd want something to like just like decorate the kitchen, just like, yes, it's decorative, but like yes, it's decorative, and you like, yeah, it's a promotional Coca-Cola poster, but it'll brighten up the kitchen a little bit before you get some real art in there, right? And my Grand Mary did not replace all of her Coca-Cola posters with real art. Like, she had a few that she just loved because she loved the style that the painter did or something, right? Because like Coca-Cola would go all out for advertising stuff in the 40s and 50s even, like pay artists like the equivalent of like like a couple $1,000s by today's money, which would be a pretty nice sum just like to do like one picture that would be like that would be like photocopied and like used on posters all over the country, so they got some really good talented artists. And of course, like Grand Mary and Tashow died, and my parents sold it for relatively, I'm sure if I still had a lot of my Grand Mary's old Coca-Cola stuff from the kitchen today, I'm sure like there would be like collectors auctions where people would pay like hundreds, if not thousands of dollars for some of it, depending on the condition it would be in, right? It's like really nice, really rare stuff. And like I said, I'm sure my parents just like sold it for peanuts, because like I know they knew it was worth something, but they didn't necessarily want to like they didn't really want to like go like spend all the time with like auction houses and all that for so there we go. I've wrapped the pearl string of fairy lights around the shelf. And yeah, this looks nice on its own, but it's gonna go in my bedroom. I'm not sure what all. Ah, shit! No! Stay there. All right. Do I have to rig something up to keep this from falling off the thing? I hope not. Okay. You know what? Hopefully some of this might help too, because we've got some silk flowers. It's not necessarily why I'm so broke this month, but the big reason I'm so broke this month is because I have been in a depressive slump and not really thinking about how the micropay on a couple of my mobile games just adds you all the fuck up. So I know what I'm not doing next month. In fact, I know what I'm doing like over the next couple of weeks is like, like whittling down which games are on my phone and like argue myself out of the like sunk cost fallacy and what the hell? Is there like a solid piece of wire around this shit? I would like to take these out of the thing. That would be nice. Like argue myself out of a sunk cost fallacy and just like delete the most heinous examples off my phone. Because I do not want this shit to happen again next month. Alright, I think I'm gonna want the X-Acto again. Oh, there it is. What the shit? Alright, this was doing fine in the, This was doing fine in the bedroom. What is going on here? What's going on in the front room that's got this acting up? Okay, it's fully charged. It's plugged in. So what the hell? This is starting to piss me off. Okay. All right, why are you kind of pissing me off tonight? All right, there's something going on with the tape deck too. God damn it! Really, Phoebe? But it doesn't sound like the motor. Oh, wait. Okay, fancy colored pencils. Fancy bike gloves. Okay, this is the one that I was using for the puzzle stream. Streaming from my phone. And, oh shit, I need an adapter for that. Alright. Let's see. Fancy colored pencils. Fancy colored pencils. Okay. Wire snips. Wire snips. Yes, I got a new fucking set of jewelry tools. Are these the wire snips? Yeah, no, there's the. Yep, there's the wire. These are the wire snips. What the shit? All right, look you. Look, you. Ha ha ha! I'll show you to have an argument with me. Okay. And I get to do the same on this piece. Lovely. And I will... that's going to get swept up after the stream. I'm kind of in the zone right now. Oh, hey, we've got, all right, so, that one on the other one is probably going to be in 2 pieces. Fun times. All right, it is still my birthday in several time zones. Have I not debased myself enough for spare change? Because I'm not getting any spare change from people. I'm sensing a lack of love. Well, Keldosh says he, right? Yeah. I know. I'm pretty sure they're. Oh, I'm pretty sure Keldosh is okay with they as well. Okay, but yeah, like Keldosh says that they're he's having some issues with his account, so he's gonna send me some spare change when that's sorted out. But yeah, like I'm not getting any delicious quarters from anybody else so far, at least not that I've noticed. What does my phone say? Do I have phone alerts about any of this shit? No. No. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, at least the kitty cats won't starve. And I won't starve, but I will be short at the beginning of August. All right, I am going to have to rig something up to keep this thing together. Okay, yeah, I do have it going in the right direction. So let's see. Okay, I do kind of like that. All right, do I... Oh, shit, no, there's the big carousel on the CD component. God damn it. Oh, that's right. The backlight on the AMFM tuner went out. Like I can, like if I shine a light on it, I can. All right, we're gonna be listening to a lot of Bedroom Witch for a bit. Okay. I really like that so far. I think I might want to move the hand. Actually, looks a bit wonky with the thumb, or what's supposed to be its thumb, on the bottom of the shelf. Oh, there we go. Right, no. Oh, there we go. That's really nice. Oh, crap. Poopy. Right. They're really freaking cheap, huh? What the shit? This is kind of pissing me off with the... It wasn't doing this the last time I brought the laptop out into the front room. Okay, yeah, it's plugged in. The thing says it's plugged in. It's not... And it doesn't do this in the bedroom, but I don't want to be in the bedroom right now because there's more space out here to spread out. Okay, wait. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, you know what? I will put these aside. I'm pretty sure I know where my craft glue is. Because I do want those as part of this, but... I like those little pieces. Alright, look, battery compartment thing. Now, I'm sure there are going to be some people who would be like, oh, well, you know, let's lay it out around the thing first. And I get it. I get why some people prefer working that way. I do not prefer working that way. I don't know. With some things I do, but when it's something like this, especially when I'm like, you know, when it's like something floral, I don't know. I like the way wildflowers look. Like when they're just like let to like overgrown, right? I love like overgrown patches of wildflowers, especially, you know, like some people's like, you know, like front yard gardens, right? I love that look. I had that look very briefly at the old house in Lansing. But then, like, you know, like the property managers was like, oh, well, we can't have that like that. I'm like, Okay, but yeah, I love that. So like, I love just like the whole like, like, I mean, obviously, like, we've got like silk roses, so clearly these are cultivated flowers, not wildflowers. But like, I can give I can give them that wildflower edge. I can do that. Just like give a little bit of a hint of wildflower going on, right? Look, you. All right, I'm gonna have to figure something out because. Look, all right, yeah, it's fitting in fine. All right. This is There we go. Just the lights a little bit. So, like, I think I mentioned something like, like I've been like editing some of my old articles on the Goth Wiki, and so of course, like, because one of the people who was doing some serious editing, when I took my first big break from that project, because I'm the one who set it up. So yeah, like, I'm the one who set it up. I'm the one who started it, and then like, I don't know, like, I took like a big break from that project for. Oh, that's right. Okay, I know I started it like way earlier than 2020, but I was just like kind of tinkering around with it, like on occasion. But then like 2020 was when I took a big break from that, just like because mental health went down the crapper, right? And so like somebody, decided to like redirect, discussion of Gothic fashion to the aesthetics wiki, and I'm like, okay, I still want to do like an article with like an overview, like, just like a general overview about like the history of Goth, fashion and aesthetics, and its relationship to the subculture, beyond just, oh well, goth, Gothic fashion mimics the bands. Not always, right? Like, seriously, like, outside of like, visual K bands from Japan, how many goddamn bands dress like Black Friday? And like, I'm not saying that, to like diminish her contributions to GothTube and, all that, but it's like, that is not a style of, Gothic fashion that directly mimics any bands. What's his face? Kai. Something. Whatever. He kind of like went down an anti-trans pipeline there. I don't know if he's still down that way, but like, I do agree with his description of Black Fridays. This is getting kind of loud in a way. There we go. But yeah, like, I do agree that he, because like stopped watch theory and all that. I do think he gave an adequate, summary that, like, Black Friday, she doesn't, dress goth in the sense of, mimicking the goth bands in any meaningful way, but, her sense of style is clearly very, much influenced by, like Tim Burton films and dark fantasy and all that, which, like, that's a fair assessment. But I would not say she's any less goth than myself. I mean, I think she's kind of shallow and pretentious, but that's not a judgment on, whether or not she has a place in the subculture, right? Like, like, you can be shallow and pretentious and still a goth. I mean, hell, you want to get on about how, like, shallow and pretentious absolutely does have a place within the goth subculture? This was a thing. This was a thing that people would, like, have, like, long-winded discussions about on Usenet, on alt gothic back in the day, right? So it's like, yes, there are a lot of goths who are shallow and pretentious. But that is not an inherent feature to the subculture. There's a lot of people just in general who are shallow and pretentious, and so it's like not even a unique criticism of a handful of highly visible people within the goth subculture. No, something that would be peculiar to a handful of people within the goth subculture would be like, like an inherent, like finding the work of Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry, like, as something that speaks to your soul, right? But now this is a bit. Do I want to put the skull on here? I don't know. I did put the hand from the other bunch on here. And I think I'm going to put the skull on something else. Maybe the other shelf. Maybe the one that I want in the front room. Yeah, that's neutral enough. It's not going to clash with the blue in the front room. Okay, now I don't want too much in the way of the shelves, because I do want small pieces on these, like small, like, little knick-knacky things, right? You know what? I think we're good. So yeah, like when I'm bored and I'm looking for stuff to add to my to the draft that I'm working on for the like the overview of goth fashion and aesthetics, and how it relates to the subculture, which, yes, is fundamentally based in in the music, but it's not the only part, right? Clearly some fucking Redditors got seriously involved in the goth wiki while I was taking a major mental health break. Well, not an intentional mental health break from that project in particular, but just like one of those things that kind of fell to the wayside due to mental health. So, like, yeah, I agree. Yes, the goth wiki should stay predominantly focused on the music, but it's also not going to ignore the relevance that Gothic fashion and art, including literature and film, have had on the subculture. So like while I'm like son of a bitch on the aesthetics wiki, to like look at all of these like little like micro fashion styles and shit. To like look through and you know, see like, okay, like what kind of shit do I want to, you know, add to my draft idea notebook, right? I you know, like I've noticed that I'm kind of like, you know what? Let me let's go back to share screen. Yeah, let's sacrifice this one. Oh, right, the Ypsilanti Water Tower. I was going on about that earlier. So, okay, the Ypsilanti Water Tower. So when I was a docent at the museum, the official story that we had to tell people who asked why the Ypsilanti Water Tower is shaped like this. The official version, which is the one that I would give when you know, like it was like parents with, you know, kids or, you know, obviously young teens, or at least obviously young looking teens anyway. I would say, I mean, if it was teenagers, I'd add on like, this is what I'm supposed to say. And, you know, but you can have your own speculations on this. You know, but like when it's like parents with kids, I would say, well, it's a taller version of the original dome, which it was. You know, there was originally a dome. Of course, then we had the there was that one season in my second or third year there. You know, so like, you know, we had like features during, you know, during like quarterly seasons, right? So there was that one season during the second or third year I was there, where it was a Lost Ypsilanti, right? So it'd have pictures, you know, we had pictures of stuff and like little like info cards placed throughout the museum describing, you know, things in Ypsilanti that no longer exist. And we had a like a photo montage of like the several stages of the Ypsilanti Water Tower. This is not a taller version of the original dome. So during that exhibit, that lie was just completely worthless. It did not, you know, explain why it looks like this. So yeah, like that lie that, you know, we were told on our, you know, that we were all told on our first day. People ask why it looks like this. It's a taller version of the original dome. So you'd think like the original dome, it would just be like, you know, this part. So like it's a taller version. But no, like there were like 4 stages, 3 or 4 stages of the water tower to the current shape, which has been like this for like well over a century and a half. And this is not a taller version of the original dome. The original dome looked like a normal dome, right? So it's like, whoop, right? You know, like you know, like a semi, like a hemisphere, right? So like, you know, like half a sphere. It was a normal looking dome. It wasn't this top part that just got like, you know, built up. Like at best, it was like, you know, it was just the tip, right? At best, you could say that the original dome was like just the tip. Not the full head, just the tip. So during that season exhibition, I would point people there, and after that exhibition, If people would ask, I'd say, officially, I'm supposed to tell you that it's a taller version of the original dome. I mean, granted, like, I would still go with the lie if it was parents with children. And the kid is, like, thinking they're being slick and asking, why is it shaped like that? So yeah, like, after that exhibit, I just, like, if it was parents with kids, I would go back to the lie, even though I saw just, like, a few weeks, to a couple of months before that, this is a lie. This is a lie that old people made up because they had no other explanation. Because the original dome, like I said, it was just the tip. Not the full head, just the tip. Like the tip. Like from the frenum up. From the frenum up. That was the original dome. As to why it looks like this, like I said, when it was older teens in by themselves, or people who appeared to be college students, I would say, well, officially I'm supposed to give you this lie about the dome, but, then there was the exhibit last quarter that just, like, showed everybody what a lie that was. So I'm just going to be frank. Architects will put ding-dongs in anything they can get away with. There is a tiny number of architects where at least I don't see it. And I will see ding-dongs everywhere, given half a chance, right? So I will see ding-dongs in damn near anything if you let my mind wander enough. But yeah, like, given half a chance, a lot of architects will put ding-dongs anywhere they can, right? Like, that's why obelisks are so common all over Washington, D.C. And I had a friend who was seriously, like, trying to work out the logistics of setting up a phallic architecture tour of D.C. Because there is enough stuff all over D.C. where it's, where, like, some stuff is, like, a little bit more subtle, but then there's other stuff where it is very obvious that this is a ding-dong. Let me see. Okay, we've got the Washington Monument. And I'm sorry, obelisks are, oh my gosh. Please tell me this is real. Please tell me this is real. Please tell me this is real. Does that say egg-shaped skyscraper? No. Oh, crap. Okay, we're seeing pictures of it from several angles. Not all of these are the same one. Looks like it's in Barcelona. Damn it. Okay, well, whatever. 30 incredibly phallic buildings around the world. Ah, shit. There's this really famous garden. Well, maybe not really famous, but it's at least well known to fans of phallic architecture. There's this garden in D.C. Or maybe it's the way one of the buildings is set up. Where, when you look at it, and oh my god. Please tell me this is real. Cowboy hat? Oh, crap. Wait. Yes? What's up, hon? Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, this is wonderful. Okay, so the architect actually did exist. All right, shit. All right, where the hell? So there's like this, there's something in DC where it's designed in a way that, you know, most people won't notice it right away. It's like when you look at it at like just the right angle, it's the bait and tackle. It is obviously the bait and tackle. So but yeah, like there's apparently a Wikipedia article on phallic architecture. Like architects will put dongs in anything they can get away with putting a dong in. So yeah, like after the lie was exposed as a lie, you know, about the Ypsilanti water tower, I just said, look, you know, the the exhibit we did on Lost Ypsilanti the previous season, that just like proved that, you know, like this is not a tall version of the original dome. It's the original dome was a perfectly normal dome. It was not the full head. At best, it was like, you know, the frenum up, not the full glands, the frenum up, right? So, and I said, but yeah, like, to be frank, architects will put dongs in anything they can get away with. Oh, okay, not a century and a half. Not quite a century and a half, almost a century and a half, 1890, and it's now 2024, so was when it was completed at the current state, right? Okay. Why is the Ypsilanti water tower so famous? Today, the tower is frequently joked about for its phallic shape. It has become a well-known landmark in Ypsilanti due to the building's shape and location. So yeah, I'll say like I would say architects will put dongs in anything they can get away with putting a dong in. That's just how architects, especially male architects, will just that's just how they go, right? It's like a dirty little open secret amongst architecture buffs. And I will say the town's namesake was Greek. So let your mind wander where it will. Other than that, I have no explanation as to why, other than the fact that architects will just like put a dong in anything they feel they can get away with. What the hell did I finish? Okay, I was talking about the water tower. Right. I was gonna I think I was gonna go to the Goth Wiki. Oh no, the Aesthetics Wiki. So oh, you know what? No, I'll do the Goth Wiki because that'll just like because somebody put that on the front page. Oh, for fuck's sake. No. No, not that one. God damn. Yeah, no, that's the game series. Ah, for crap. Oh, well, this is the page I was going to go to anyway. So yeah, like I'd been kind of just like wandering around all the various little micro styles on here. What the hell? Ah, for crap's sake. I mean, this is one that I've come to a lot. Damn it. I can... As always, I gotta, like, try and guess. No, that borks up the whole thing. Okay. I can read this, like, a little bit better. What the hell? Yeah, like, I keep coming back around to Goblin Core a lot, and I'm not quite sure what the hell... Like, I don't know, like, when, when all sorts of, like, various, like, little styles and stuff started being called core, I don't know, I just kind of, like, it kind of, like, fallen off my radar for a bit. What the hell? Rat core, mouse core. God damn it. I swear to God, some of this is just like I like a thing and I'm going to some of these, like, you know, they actually seem to have like a more robust definition. Crow core is primarily derived from goblin core and cottage core. Like, I'm still not completely sure what the difference is between crow and goblin, but okay. It's generally darker than either of its initial inspirations. Aesthetic focuses mainly on nature, environmentalism, crows, and collecting usually shiny objects from nature and urban environments. Now, is this the one that Pixie core is an aesthetic that is derived from a blend of fairy core and goblin core. What the hell? Similar to both, but unlike fairy core, fashion usually involves more tunics and t-shirts and not as many pastels. Oh, well, that's unlike goblin, like, not as many. All right. It does not involve dirty things such as insects and dirt. Pixie core is very loving of nature, but focuses more on indoor gardening such as succulents, cacti, and terrarium. What the hell? What's that? Yeah, in British mythology, pixies or piskies are small, mischievous, childlike, sometimes winged fae who are associated with willow and... Oh my... That is not how you spell that. Will-o-the-wisp. Will-o-the-wisp. Oh my god. Or swamp lights, which is like, so what the hell does that have to do with succulents? What does that have to do with succulents and cacti? Those do not thrive in the British Isles. At least not outdoors in the British Isles. And so like swamp lights and will-o'-the-wisp. So, like, what's that got to do with indoor gardening? I don't know. I think people just like pull words and try to make it fit. In folklore, pixies love to play in water and such. And as such, pixie core also focuses on things such as bathing in baths filled with things such as bubbles, soap, petals, and okay, I guess. Similar crow core and goblin core, pixie core involves the culture of collecting things from the floor and keeping them. Okay. I mean, I kind of do that, but... Let's focus on rainbow tones, anything holographic. I mean, I guess I can see that with the swamp light things. Holosexual. All right. I'm... All right, what do they call it? All right, let's go back to crow core. What the hell? Crow core is sometimes used as an alternative to goblin core. So you sometimes use an alternative term to goblin core, which has been criticized as anti-Semitic, but which shares the value of collecting small, lost, broken, throwaway, or conventionally trivial objects and nature visuals. There's a significant Tumblr cross-tagging between crow core, goblin core, or gremlin core. Okay, that... cottagecore, and other various related aesthetics. Okay. So, like here, this is basically admitting that the differences can indeed be trivial, or at least not apparently significant. Visual. Some of these can include old coins, feathers, tiny glittery pebbles / stones, bones / animal skulls. Oh, that's right. I did find my deer hoof. I just randomly said I did find my deer hoof. Hold on. I don't even know if anybody's watching at this point, but I found my deer hoof. Hello, Nigel. Sitting up there. Not be a thing. Here we go. Okay. So, this would be my deer hoof. Oh, crap. I might want to, make the thing bigger. There we go. So this would be my deer hoof. I found this walking from my psychiatrist to my Walgreens, which is a little under quarter mile, I believe. At least like when their clinic was there before 2020. And so I found this. So like you have to cross, and on that part of Washtenaw Avenue, you have to cross the freeway on ramp. You know, rough. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, like so. It's like you have to come in close proximity to the freeway. That's what I'm saying. And so of course a lot of times animals will get hit. And if somebody's being a bit responsible about it after, you know, they hit an animal in the middle of the night, which is usually when it happens, let's be honest, you know, like somebody a bit more responsible will, you know, like stop their car, you know, drag it off to the side in the, you know, like off the road, you know, like there's enough of like a grassy wooded spot on the freeway clover, you know, like where it goes, like, you know, where it like loops in 4 different, you know, directions, right? You know, where it does 4 different loops. So like, you know, like there's a freeway clover and like there's like a wooded area behind Arborland, which is the big shopping plaza before my Walgreens. So anyway, I was walking by there one day and I just saw this, you know, and it's been completely dried out since I had it. And see, the thing is, it's like, I have no idea like how many times I passed by there. And I hadn't, you know, just like, cause I was going to see my, oh, wait, no. I was seeing my psychiatrist like monthly, right? I'd been seeing my psychiatrist and, you know, it was the therapist I'd see weekly, and I don't always, you know, and because like therapists don't write medication prescriptions, you know, like I don't have to go get my meds filled after my therapist, but I do after my psychiatrist. So I'm seeing my psychiatrist monthly. So it was also like the middle of summer. I want to say like the weekend after my birthday. So like I've had this since at least 2019. I've had this since at least 2019. I want to say like 2017. So that's how long I've had my deer hoof. And it was already like significantly dried out. So like it's basically mummified deer hoof, right? So like mummification is when, you know, like a corpse basically dries out. Like there are many processes of mummification. Obviously the Egyptian process, you know, is a lot more, you know, it was very ritualized and very elaborate, but, you know, it's a process of drying out the corpse for preservation. Now, there's also the category of natural mummification where, like, environmental conditions just allow the corpse to dry out in a manner that, you know, preserves it in, you know, like where it's very recognizable, right? Like, you know, the skin is recognizable as itself, you know, like it's just like dried out and is usually whole. And I say that because, like, you know, ritual Egyptian mummification, like they did like separate out the organs, the internal organs from the rest of the body a lot of times. So yeah, I've got my mummified deer hoof, and I just saw it there. I want to say like just before I crossed the freeway clover, or at least like, you know, the spot where there's a pedestrian pavement, right? So yeah, like just before I crossed the freeway clover, there's the deer hoof there, and, you know, I'm just walking, you know, from my psychiatrist with my ADHD script paper, and, you know, going to Walgreens to get it filled, and there's a deer hoof, and oh wait, no, this was on my bicycle. I think it was on my bicycle. Pretty sure it was on my bicycle. But yeah, like I had a basket or one of my tote bags. You know, if it was on my bicycle, I had the basket. or at least had one of my tote bags that I just like picked it up and took it with me. And I've just like had it. Because it's cool. Like, how often do you find such a well-preserved deer hoof like this? And, like, yeah, was the side that was like on the, like in the grass, but, like just out there in the summer sun. And, there's like such a this is such a beautifully preserved deer hoof, just like naturally mummified deer hoof, obviously like not the rest of the deer, but it's just gorgeous. Like, it's still got, like all the fur on this side. I mean, there's obviously a bit where the where the hide, tore from the thing, but like, from here up, it's, or down, it's a beautifully preserved deer hoof, and I just kind of love it. Obviously it's like well dried out. There's like no, there's never been bugs on it or anything like that. I'm not that gross, but yeah, I just love my deer hoof, and I often think about like what like what kind of art thing do I want to do with it, or do I just want to just like have it out displayed? I don't know. I just kind of like it. It's my deer hoof. I don't know. I sound kind of crazy, I'm sure, but it's my deer hoof. I just kind of like it. Like, I'm a weird old goth. I have my creepy little curios, and this is one of them. And and I love my deer hoof. I do. It's just my deer hoof. So yeah, like bones, animal skulls. I do collect bottle caps that I see on the ground, but that's for crochet work. And the whole idea of upcycling, like maybe like the word is definitely it's definitely a new word, upcycling. Let me do this. Okay. No. Okay, so all right. Switch tabs. Okay, bottle cap patterns. So, there we go. Let's zoom in a little bit. So yeah, the word upcycling, obviously a new word, but in concept, this is something people have been doing for forever, right? Like, for as long as people have been doing artsy craftsy stuff, there have been people who will take stuff that is typically some kind of junk item and think, hey, I can do something useful with this. So, it involves crap. Well, thankfully I don't have any on the floor sitting around me, but it's like the wait. Oh wait, I took in all the glass recycling. Those are the ones that are locked into mire. I still have to take those in. So it's the classic crimp on bottle caps, right? So not the screw top ones. So there's the screw top glass bottle caps that are on Town Club soda. Do I have a Town Club right now? Let me check. Hopefully my screen is not going to do the thing it's been doing all night since I moved to the front room. I do not have a Town Club. I thought I had a Town Club. Oh, you know what? I've got a lemonade, which I need to put in the curbside recycling, because this is non-carbonated, so it's not a thing that can be returned to the grocery store for a dime in Michigan. So, okay, so like we've got the screw top type glass bottle caps, or bottle caps for a glass bottle. Oh crap. Okay, but it's the same brand, but for some reason, like the two different flavors, like the pink rose has the screw type. Oh yeah. But for some reason, the hibiscus and I mean, it is the screw-on crimp type bottle cap, but like the short one. So like the classic like screw type bottle caps on glass bottles. Like so, like these are the taller ones. At least I don't have any bottle cap thread crochet patterns that use these ones, right? But the kind that crimp on, the kind that are crimped on in the bottle capping process. So it uses those. So these patterns all use those classic crimp on style bottle caps, and so like these are all just done in a size 10 thread, and you just like you make this little crochet cover to cover up the bottle cap, and so like I mean like we've got a pineapple mat. Could also be used as a wall hanging. I'm sure if you're a swinger, you're gonna want to hang it upside down. And placemats, trivets. I'm actually working on I found the ones I started doing so I can have like a track mat for cat litter. So like basically like doing one like so yeah, like you make the little like thread covers and slip it over, and then you tighten the single crochet rounds slightly once you get them once you get it covered, once you get the bottle cap covered, right? So yeah, like upcycling has been a concept, though not using that word until fairly recently, but it's been a concept in arts and crafts for forever, right? It's an old concept. People have always taken like junk items and made something decorative or useful with them. But yeah, the bottle cap crochet projects, I kind of love that idea. And so yeah, like that's why I pick up bottle caps that I find on the ground a lot. Like I only keep the ones that are perfectly usable for the trivets and litter track mats and stuff like that. Items with crows present on them. Well, that's specific, ain't it? Shiny, sharp things like swords, knives, or daggers. Oh, I'm remembering that crow meme picture with the knife. That's fun. Activities! Sewing, dressmaking, collecting, wading in creeks, looking for frogs or salamanders. Okay. Reading, studying, feeding the pigeons. Why? Pigeons and crows are mortal enemies. Like, they seriously are. Playing D&D. The hell? Okay, let's daughter, huh? Sounds like project. It sounds like it would be perfectly at home on Project Records in the late 90s. Got it. Growcore fashion is similar to cottagecore and goblincore. It is darker than cottagecore, but with light, mysterious, and playful aspects. God damn it, is there a way I can zoom in on this? I can barely see that. Yeah, I'd probably wear something like that to the club. Ah! There's the picture I was thinking of. That's a great picture. Oh, cottage gore. That's what it said. Cottage gore, also known as goth cottagecore or dark cottagecore. Okay. Similar to cottagecore in the sense that it has a strong focus on country life, baking, and vintage items, but contrary to its name, it instead includes darker aspects of nature, including rotten mushroom or plant aesthetics, forest cryptids, spirits or ghosts, and bones found in nature, as opposed to just taking the cottagecore aesthetic and throwing in a bunch of blood and gore on it. It tends to cross over with other dark aesthetics like dark academia, crowcore, and vulture culture. Decade of origin, 2020s. So, at most 4 years ago. Fairy grunge. Is that the one I was looking at the other day? They mix it fairycore and grunge aesthetics. The aesthetic was popularized by creators on TikTok and other social media platforms, but has strong roots in the early knots YA fairy fandom, particularly the works of Holly Black. Shit. Shit. I'm trying to place where I've seen her stuff. Given the goals and themes of fairy grunge, it could be viewed as a natural evolution of the Kinderhore aesthetic, which also has deep ties with grunge, but goes for a more ethereal and hot topic influenced twist. Hot Pocket, where all the Gothics shop. Female horror game protagonist fet. All right. I I understand. I'm ending it all tonight. This is that sure is something, huh? Twilight Core, Twilight Autumn is an aesthetic that rose to prominence in autumn 2021 seriously. The trend is primarily focused on fashion of the late noughts, specifically all right. That's all I need to know about that. Fantas Y2K. Okay. Now you're just like throwing letters at a wall and seeing what sticks. Dark Paradise. What the hell? The Dark Paradise aesthetic focuses on images of serenity with a veil of darkness laid over it to rouse a sense of dark calmness. Okay. I thought it was like, I don't know why, but I thought like maybe this was going to be like, I don't know why, but my brain like went to like yacht rock, and because of course my 8th grade social studies teacher was a parrot head. And wait, what? Music for Dark Paradise is open to interpretation. Like fashion, it can also be whatever makes you feel most at ease. All right, this is just describing like a visual art movement. Then, like this sounds like a photography movement. Yeah, like I don't know. This sounds like a photography aesthetic rather than as we're getting stuff like popular genres for the aesthetic include indie and lo-fi, but these are not the only genres that are part of this aesthetic. Some band suggestions are listed below, and I'm like, okay, like some of these are wildly some of these sound wildly different from each other, but then we've got like like Britpop, Blur, and like Mod Revival with the Jam, which like those are similar enough. The Monochrome set, they've always just kind of done their own and Nick Cave, we've got goddamn Australian Swampies. All right, I'm and Nick Cave with a calm ease to him. All right, yep, that makes sense. Sure. All right, very grunge. Oh, okay. Modern Fairy Tale Trilogies by Holly Black. Okay, so that she's a writer. That's why, for some reason, I was thinking. Okay, yeah. I was thinking Amy Brown art, and that is just like so kitschy, but not in a good way. Like, I love Josephine Wall, who is very kitschy, but she is just so detailed that it's like it's like she's Norman Rockwell for pagans and goths. Josephine Wall is Norman Rockwell for pagans and goths because, like, like she's just so she's just good. Okay. What the hell was the one I was... Witchcore is an aesthetic centered around the themes of modern witchcraft. It often involves magic, herbs, and gem collecting. We call them crystals. It has some elements of cottagecore and or naturecore, since some of the aesthetic revolves around the outdoor setting, visuals, fashion, interior design, media, subgenres. Teen, oh dear. Okay. Ravencore. How are we going to consider this different from Crowcore? Ravencore is an aesthetic influenced by Goblincore and Cottagecore. Ravencore is similar to, but not the same as Crowcore. Okay, but like colloquially, a crow is a smaller raven. Like, like a good rule of thumb is, they're both corvids, but blue jays are also corvids, which is why they're evil little shits who love to taunt cats. I have seen like blue jays like trolling cats before, like neighborhood cats, right? Like just like there was this one blue jay, and I could tell it was the same little fucker too, because of like a distinct pattern to his wing, right? I could tell it was the same little fucker too. So like I had like bird feeders out on the porch in Lansing at the old house there. So I had like bird feeders out there, but as I've said before, Best X and I, like we also like, fed some of the neighborhood cats out there too, right? And so there was this blue jay who would come by periodically to to eat on the bird feeder, and like mostly he would like pick up the stuff, like because I use suet feeders a lot, so like and like a lot of the smaller birds are just messy little shits, like they will like throw seeds everywhere while they're eating stuff out of a suet feeder, right? It's just what they do. It's birds. And of course, like, this blue jay would come by and like pick up the stuff that, like eat the stuff that was like thrown down from the smaller birds, and just like make this big old racket, just like, oh shit, what do they sound like again? But like he'd just be like, doing his little like calls, and just like as if he's, and just like kind of like, like fake hobbling along on the porch, like making up this big noise as if to say, oh Oh, I am but a big, fat, weakened blue jay. I hope nobody comes and injures me severely as I'm eating and with my defenses down. And then, like, a porch cat would come by, or even, like, Best X's cat Chunk, or, before he passed Fat Bob, the cat. So yeah, like, once he was sure he had an audience of at least one cat who looked like they were about to pounce, and of course, like, Chunk, like, ran, like, just, like, was, like, foiled by the screen so many times with this blue jay. And you could tell this blue jay found this was absolutely funny. It's like, as soon as he could tell a cat was about to pounce, especially if it was Chunk about to, like, smack her face into the screen, into the window screen, he'd just, like, like fly off at top speed, laughing his little blue jay laugh the whole way. Because blue jays are jerks. They are. They are a jerk bird. And they are just like, they are the worst of the corvids. They're the absolute worst, but they're also kind of funny. I will admit that. They are kind of funny. But they are like the biggest jerks of the corvidae family. But anyway, as I was saying, like, especially in North America, people will say a good rule of thumb to tell if it's a raven or a crow is if you walk by and you find yourself wondering, is that a raven or a crow? It's probably a crow. If you walk by it and you think, oh my God, what the hell is that thing? Or that's freaking enormous, right? It's a raven. So, like, corvid core or goth goblin core. Great. So yeah, like, how are you going to tell me this is distinct from crow core other than it's bigger? Okay, Ravencore is a nature-centered aesthetic, all right, taking inspiration from ravens themselves. In nature, ravens generally prefer undisturbed mountains or forested areas over urban areas, unlike crows. Okay, I guess I can see that. Feed on scavenged carrion, small invertebrates, and insects. Gather in groups, though they are usually seen alone or in pairs, and are known to hoard shiny objects. Ravencore is built around these basic principles. The aesthetic is characterized by collecting items of interest, as well as building friendships with corvids, and having a broad respect for nature. The style embraces the elegance of misty, mossy, shaded forests. If you are looking for a grittier, muddier, and a brighter aesthetic, you may consider Goblin Core. Ravens, followers of the Ravencore aesthetic, are often very prideful of their collection and enjoy displaying and sharing it with others. Visuals, birds, especially corvids like ravens or crows or jackdaws. But not blue jays, because blue jays are frickin' jerks. They are. Blue jays they're frickin' jerks. They are. There's no way around that. There's no two ways around that. Blue jays are jerks. Blue jay, more like blue jerk. They are. They're jerky little birds. I mean, they are smaller corvids, but they are jerks nonetheless. Really? Have I not debased myself enough for spare change? Oh my gosh. Keldoge. What the hell? Wait, no, this says yesterday. Okay, yesterday at 3 a.m. Okay, so yeah, I was on. Okay, that's stream chat, right? I have my dink doges abandoned me. Oh god, Keldoge has pasted in his Discord a screenshot from Twitter. Entertainment trending, Vouch. Politics trending, she is not. Trending, autistic. That's a thing. Sweet. Breaking. Kamala Harris has officially secured the required delegates to become the Democratic nominee for president. Let's go. I do have a soft spot for Joe Biden. I do. He is literally born the same year as my father was, and he looks kind of vaguely like most of the men on that side of my family. And like, I know I'd gone over like hours ago, I'd gone into it a little bit on how like abusive my father could be, but he also had, he also had a sweet side to him that I don't want to, like, I don't know, like when you have an abusive parent, this is one of the many ways in which DJ Mule was wrong to, go, oh, well, if Xander Hall moved back in with his allegedly abusive mom, it wasn't that bad, obviously. I'm like, look, like when you have an abusive parent, like as an adult, especially, you're allowed to have very complicated feelings about that parent. And then there's also the fact that, like, after you've moved out, like a lot of like times, like, like even if you temporarily move back in with said parent, like after you've moved out, like the dynamic, changes a little bit. Like it doesn't necessarily change drastically. Especially if you're still like in regular contact with that parent, but it's like, it's your parent. You are going to have very complicated feelings about that. And yeah, like in a time of need, you may return to living with that parent. That doesn't mean the abuse didn't happen when you were growing up in their household the first time, like as a kid. Nor does it mean, well, the abuse must not have been that bad if you went back. I'm like, no. It means that, like, it means that they are your parent. And yes, they may have been abusive. And it is complicated. Like your feelings about them after that can be complicated. That's all it means. But, like, yeah, Xander Hall is a piece of crap, but DJ Mule is an even bigger one. DJ Mule is an even bigger piece of crap. Like, it is a spectrum. You can be a little bit of a turd. You can be a big pile of dung, like a big-ass cow pie. Or you can... whatever. Or like, you could be like a big, like elephant pile, right? You know, like it's a spectrum. Like how much of a piece of crap you are is a spectrum. And DJ Mule is an even bigger pile of crap than Xanderhall is. Anyway, visuals of Ravencore. Let's go. Birds, especially corp. Oh, right. That's how I got, because like blue jays are freaking jerks. Feathers, mountains, forests, and natural environments. Mushrooms, moss and lichen. Plants, especially if overgrown. Yeah. Like I said, I was going on about like how I love like the whole like wildflower kind of thing that happens, right? Books, candles, stone walls overgrown with vines or moss. Wild animals, logs, rocks or crystals, small trinkets, shiny objects, insects, skulls. What brings joy? Followers of the Ravencore aesthetic are often at peace when surrounded by nature, mossy forests. I'm more at peace in the heart of a city. The aesthetic is very inclusive, with groups striving to ensure that everyone is welcome. While the aesthetic is not a movement, it often rejects the normal roles of... Yeah, that's why I'm like just redirecting people to the goth page on the aesthetics wiki is like not sufficient. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that, it's not sufficient because like some of these things on here, it's very online. It is very, and I don't mean that in a bad way necessarily. It's just like you can tell that like this is like these are not it's not like this is like, like serious subcultural movements. I mean, what do you want to say about forest punk? All right. I mean, obviously something akin to steampunk. Isn't a stack to that is in the naturecore family. It is similar to cottagecore in its high regard for nature and mutual support. However, forest punk is less restrictive of technology, particularly solar-powered items. Wait, what? Okay. Forest punk also diverges from other related aesthetics in its inspiration and time frame, where cottagecore is derived from a romanticization of a European rural lifestyle. Forest punk-like styles have and still are present in several cultures around the world. Examples include the Nordic, Uralic, Roma, Celtic, Siberian, Austronesian, Sub-Saharan, Aborigine, and Native American peoples. Okay, I guess. Yeah, forest punk-like styles, I suppose. Okay, yeah, I guess. As long as there's a forest element to it, you've spotted a good inspiration, be it clothing or farming. Farming forest. Farming for. Okay. While the examples mentioned earlier are good guides, take a look at the image on the right, which is way up there, for a more modern inspiration. For example, a cabin in the middle of the woods, surrounded by vines and trees, living off rainwater and produce, feeding toads, and okay, this is a Oh God, Mumford and Sons. I do like Fawn. All right, Cottage Gore. That's what I was reading about this on. What the hell is Cult Party K? What the shit? Okay, Japanese vintage fashion with a focus on many sheer layers and religion. So it's not vintage, it's retro. But the name isn't actually used much in Japan. Cult Party K is often confused with Mori K. Okay, Cult Party K is primarily a second-hand thrifted fashion. Hi, Nigel. I guess. Morike is a Japanese fashion that centers around an appearance inspired by living in the woods. In Japan, the style is generally referred to as "Hey Phoebe," as Mori girl or Mori boy, depending on the gender of the wearer, and not Mori K, meaning forest types. Key motifs: forests, deer, moss flowers, hanging herbs, wood nymphs, baby animals, greenery, cottages, fairy tales, white dresses. Related: classic Lolita, cottagecore, cult party K, dolly K, fairycore, fairy grunge, forest punk, fawncore. All right. Lagan look. Okay. Oh, shabby chic. Shironori. Okay. In 2006, a community called Mori Girl was created on the Japanese social network Mixi. The name was chosen by its manager, Choco, after a friend commented on one of her outfits stating, "You look like you are in the forest." The Mori Girl Mixi community reached 35,000 people in 2009, and it caused a big boom that led to the creation of multiple Mori K magazines and brands such as Mori Girl Lesson magazines, Choco's Mori Girl book, and the popular Mori brand Wonder Rocket. All right. Japanese brand names can, for hockey, for fashion brands often have like just, I don't know if it's a translation thing or if it's just like picking seemingly random English words, right? As of 2019, the online Mixi group about the origin of Morike has been deleted, and the brand that has been worn at the height of its popularity, Wonder Rocket, also closed its Harajuku store in 2017. The heyday of the fashion might have passed, but since there is still a certain number of enthusiasts, the genre of Morike itself has not disappeared. There are still brands that cater to Morike, even though the design has changed to suit the present, as well as still existing international online community. I'm not zooming in on that. World of Peter Rat. Is that the animated Beatrix Potter series? Wait. Dark Morike, also known as Mori Goth, takes the standard Morike aesthetic but gives it a gothic twist, incorporating darker clothing into the look compared to the usually more lighthearted Morike. The style was created by the international community, and part of it later separated off into Strega Witchcore. Alright. Today, Dark Morike itself is considered separate from Strega, as it still follows the rules of the original Morike in terms of layering and shape. Many people in this aesthetic consider Helena Bonham Carter to be a style inspiration. They are also more open to goth music and the goth community, particularly the Strega aesthetic and the work of Susie and the Banshees and All About Eve. Oh, I love All About Eve. Okay, so... Oh, okay. Hamake is a short-lived version of Morike adapted to life in the seashore and the beach. It features fewer and lighter layers and an emphasis on blue, aqua, beige, and white tones, as well as use of denim and sailor-like stripes and ink. Okay. Oh, Mori Girl Live Journal. Sweet. Live Journal still exists, I guess. Well, I have a couple of old friends who still use Live Journal. Shit. Oh, shit. That's right. I need to, Oh, actually, like I need to wait about a week before I do that. I've got an appointment with the I've got an appointment with plastic surgery. It's got nothing to do with gender stuff, but like plastic surgery is like a broad category. This is with the hand specialist at that clinic because of my carpal tunnel syndrome. This page needs work. Please help us by expanding it. If you aren't sure how to help, and of course, you can help by expanding it with, like, you know, look at all these sections, right? Key motifs: cottages, fairy tales, flowers, running in the forest, fairies, glitter, moths, falling leaves, masked balls, ballet/modern dance, 80s goth makeup and clothing, pre-Raphaelite art, and urban fantasy, you know, like alongside cottages. Sure, that makes sense. Excuse me. Well, it's my own goddamn can of cashews. And it is still my birthday on the Pacific time zone. Key colors: jewel tones, pastels, white, black, green, brown, glitter/shimmer. That's not a color. The goth subculture has always embraced witch-inspired style, but has also recently gained recognition outside of the scene. Yeah, by recently you mean like the mid-90s. Yes, Nigel? Hey, baby boy. I love you. What? I love you. My sweet boy. What you up to? What you thinking, Nigel bud? based on Angela Carter's The Bloody Chamber. No, it was based on a short story in the and in her like self-anthology, The Bloody Chamber. Well, short story collection titled The Bloody Chamber. The influences of this then nameless movement within a movement has persisted in the literary, artistic, and musical works up to the modern era and on social media. Gee, it's almost like it's more than just music that's related to the goth subculture. Yeah. Because I was getting a little feisty earlier and raising my voice. Hello, Nigel. Hey, baby boy. Are you my sweet little boy? Are you my precious little baby boy? I'm so super. Yeah? Alright, give me a minute. Somebody needs to clean up the formatting on here. Wait, Changeling the Dreamin' is an RPG. Yeah, that's a tabletop RPG. Why is that included in books? Yeah, so is Blue Rose. That's a tabletop RPG. Like, I guess that's, I mean, I guess technically they're also books, but yes, my love. References: Bohemian Manifesto, a field guide to living on the edge by Lauren Stover, discusses fairy goth, which is extremely similar to Strega. Okay. Oh, a lot of music I love here. Susie, of course, all about Eve. Jean Loves Jezebel, who I went on about for a bit. Dead Can Dance. Nico. Mephisto Waltz, who I talked about at great length earlier. I love Mission. Activity: listening to goth rock, death rock, and ethereal wave. Hey, Nigel. Okay. Okay, let's see. Trash. Bottle returns. Trash. Fuck you. Nope, that's still a battery. Trash. Trash. Okay. And these are the bits that need a little bit of glue, but I don't have to do that right now. In fact, there we go. Hey, Nigel. Nigel, bud. I love you. Hi. I'm so super. No? Recycling. Recycling. Also trash. Also trash. Okay. Really? 6 hours, 47 minutes, and 0 donos. Oh my gosh. All right, this was a failure. This dumb experiment was indeed a failure. Oh boy, I've got a debit card cashback to my PayPal of 17 cents. Wow, my PayPal debit card gave me, I collected more from PayPal debit card 1% cashback. This week than I have from tonight's birthday stream. All right. Fun times. Zappa was saying everyone Dear Anime in voice chat. I had my dear hoof on my birthday stream that everyone abandoned me on. I will guilt trip people who said they'd show up tonight and did not seem to. But it's been over. Whoa! Thank you, Nigel. But it's been over 6.5 hours, and I've been talking so goddamn much, and my voice kinda hurts. And this goddamn battery box is pissing me off. All right. What? No, I heard it snap. Don't fall back up off. Okay. And see, I can't put it on the other way because this is where the switch is. And there's not really a good way to put the switch on differently. I'll figure something out. But I really like the way I did this up. And it was staying put until Nigel decided to walk by it and knock it back off. All right, this was an abject failure. It's been almost 7 hours, and I don't know. I think I'm done. It is time to feed the cats. It is long past time to feed the cats. The Nigel is being passive aggressive. When you've had a cat as long as I've had him, you know when he's doing shit like that. I got goddamn everything bagel seasoning from cashews stuck in my gums. Okay. Well, I guess I get to figure out new and exciting ways to debase myself for spare change to keep my bank account in the green until my August Social Security deposits, which will be all right. Yeah, that's going to be on the 1st because the 1st is a Thursday. Hey, you. Depending on what day the depending on what day the 1st falls on, it may deposit up to 2 days before the end of the month. So, but that's not the case this in August, is it? Nope. All right. So be sure to stay hydrated, take your meds if you need to. And have exactly the kind of day you deserve. Hopefully that's a good one, and otherwise take very good care of yourself. Bats and kisses. No sta